Good morning. Hello, everybody. We are here again. Yay, we made it another day. How is everybody doing? I will wait to let the room load. I hate saying that. I hate that. But I'm gonna let y'all marinate a little bit before I say my highs. So I just got done trying to do a little bit of research on the testimony we heard yesterday. And it's a lot. So I borrowed some screenshots from Nate because it's a lot. I was sitting here writing down trying to write down all of the different times that Alex's phone was, pinging wherever it was pinging, and I'm like, okay, this is just it's too much. So it was a full day of Mr. Wright. Do we call him officer? Do we call him Mr.? We're going with Mr. because that's what Pryor said. So anyway, we are looking at trying to go over this all this cell phone device data and who's got what phone and who's doing what and where are they pinging, and it's a lot. All I know is that I tried to start the best I could from the beginning, and I got, I started putting in times and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, this is just I'm sorry, Nate. I'm gonna borrow your little picture-y things that you put up on your thing, because trying to get this in, lock it in my brain is a lot. So now I'm gonna sneak over here real quick and say hi to you guys. So let me start at the very beginning. Good morning, Candy. Morning, Luna. Hope you're feeling better and better every day, Luna. Beanie, good morning. Brian, good morning. Stephanie, good morning. Dee, good morning. And the rest will pile in eventually. Most people are like, yeah, no, this trial starts at 8:30, people. Sort of. She goes this 8:15 crap. Because I gotta say a little bit before they start. Okay, so let me get on with this all this time. And you know me and time, I say it all the time. I cannot keep these times in my head. I cannot keep them straight. So basically, we're just going to start from the beginning. So yesterday was day 23. It started out with the continued testimony of Lily Marsden. She was a chief medical examiner. Now, I read all of her testimony yesterday. You can go back and listen to me drone on about that from in my live. I put a timestamp in there, and you can go back and listen to that there. So that the stuff that was said was so much. It was very good. It showed us that all the things that Pryor was trying to point out was basically shot down by the examiner about the different methods of the homicide, what could have happened, what didn't happen, all the stuff. She laid it out, and she was the best of all of these medical examiners, the coroners, and all these people that have spoken so far or testified so far. She really nailed it. She put it all out for the jury to see that what Pryor was trying to poke holes in and trying to bring in front of them was not holding. He was trying. He sure did try, but he didn't. Nate was really good about explaining it. So be sure. Nate had some problems yesterday with his internet, so it was kind of choppy, but you can just, kind of go back and listen to what he has to say. It's in two parts because the internet stopped, and then yeah. So most of you guys were probably there and very annoyed at the internet issue. So anyway, we moved on after the medical examiner to direct examination of Detective Ricky Wright, the FBI contractor special investigator. He is actually going to be continuing today. I believe it's cross. I think I wrote that down, so that it's cross he's going to start with this morning. Yes, cross exam of Detective Ricky will be continuing this morning. So Wright went through Alex's digital devices. He tracked and pinpointed them and where they pinged. This is not the person, but the actual device. Remember that. As one of the things that always with this trial that we have to remember is that there are multiple people using multiple, often the same devices, but they use a lot, and they go get new phones when they use up all the stuff on one phone, and then they go get another one. And then that leaves the phone trail on many devices that this detective then specialist then has to go and gather and then try to decide, okay, so we're not going to look at who we think had this phone. We're going to look at where the phone was, what the phone was doing, which is basically what all these timelines are. The first timeline of phones, first off, we know that they were, the first part of this started with, let me get my notes back up. I changed. The first part of this was them tracking all of them at Yellowstone. In this, oh, I did say that, I already said this because you have several people using maybe one phone. Remember, we got Lori using Tylee's and sending money to Colby. Some activity on Alex's phone on September 8th, 2019, the last day that we know Tylee was alive. Alex was at these locations with JJ and Tylee. Also, Lori was there. This is the most accurate info that Wright was able to get. And first off, I'm going to put this picture up. This was them at the location. We're going to right there. So this is where they were. They were at Yellowstone. This was the last picture that they know of taken of Tylee. And the one next one, it's a cute picture. Him trying to figure, he wanted to take like Nate said, he wanted to take a selfie. So he took a selfie. And he is so blinking cute. I can't take it. So we're going to start then, and we're going to move to the timeline. And thank you, Nate, for these, because that was a lot. I started typing and went, yeah, I'll be here till next Tuesday. So the activity that we're looking at is where Alex's phone first pinged. 11:32 a.m. It was at Maverick gas station on Main Street in Rexburg. Then at 1:29 p.m., it pinged at west entrance of Yellowstone National Park. And as we saw from the picture here, we see that he was there with the family, basically. Then at 2:30 p.m., Old Faithful, 304 to 320, we got Old Faithful Lodge. Then he moves on down the list with all of these, Old Faithful locations and stuff. The rim, the parking lot. Time keeps moving down south of Lewis Lake, west entrance of Yellowstone National Park. Now, this is them moving around in the truck. So the truck's going all to all these locations, and they're all piled in the truck. Um, basically, there was nothing out of the norm here. They did plot where the device went throughout the park. Wright said that it was not like it was one spot where the truck stopped for long. And then the photo that I showed of JJ and Tylee, that was the last one known of them alive. These photos were taken in the park. So basically what it shows is that they were all there with him in that location of his device. This is the photographic evidence that of the last place that Tylee was seen. Many have wondered if this is where they thought the kids would end up dead at Yellowstone. I remember when I first heard about them being at Yellowstone, my first thought was, oh my gosh, the geysers, oh my gosh. And so, yes, I will admit I was one of those who also had that thought that this is what they were going to do there. That's sick. Oh my gosh. The thought, thinking back on it now, it's like, ugh. This was mentioned at some point during Wright's testimony, but nothing happened there, and they came back. And then the rest, here's the other timelines. As you see, they went west entrance of Yellowstone National Park, and then by 6:45, 7:02, they were at Buckaroo Barbecue in West Yellowstone. And then we have September 8th, they're at the Buckaroo Barbecue from 6:45 to 7:02. Then from 7:00, they traveled then from 7:02 to 8:34 to 9:35. They went to apartment 175 in Rexburg. Then on 9:43, 9:53, Maverick and Rexburg, sorry. And then back, so there's a back and forth. You see that? So back at 10:44, 11:15, back at apartment 175, then 11:44, apartment 107. So he left 175 and then went to his apartment, which is 107. And then back and forth, 2:42 a.m., apartment 175 in Rexburg. Now, this is the next day. This is September 9th. 4:37, September 9th. I got to put it in my head again. Let me get that timeline up. Let me try to find it. September 9th. I got to put it. So phone records on September 9th, phone records place Alex on Chad's property in the general area where investigators would eventually find Tylee's remains. That same day, Chad allegedly texts Tammy saying he shot a raccoon and buried it in their pet cemetery. So that's what the first part of that. Oh, and September 8th, the day before, which is all these dates. If you go back and look at this. So this one was September 8th. What happened on September 8th? Tylee and JJ and Alex visit Yellowstone National Park. Officials say this is the last time anyone saw Tylee alive. The FBI later asks for help for anyone who may have photos of the family taken that day in the park. And then on the same day, Chad signs an application with Tammy on September 8th to increase her life insurance to the maximum amount allowed on the policy. I'm telling you, these dates, when you look at the timeline and then you see this stuff, it's like you can start to see the weaving and how the minds and all the stuff was going on, what their plans were for all this. Then we got back and forth. You can see back and forth from the apartment, the two apartments. Then he went to Maverick again in Rexburg. Maverick is a gas station. It was on, where is it? See, more more and more back and forth behind residents. All these places are placing him on Chad's property. So, and back and forth. Approximately at 9 a.m., he leaves apartment 107, arrives at Chad Daybell's house at 9:15. It's just unbelievable, the back and forth on this one. And I'm keeping an eye on the trial. And we've got one more to show you. You could just, I just wanted to show you guys how much movement there was at this time, and that this movement is placing him on Chad's property. And there's a back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. He's as ADHD as I am. Alex was all over the place. So basically that's what we are looking at as far as what the testimony was from yesterday. Just a lot of trying to go over back and forth. I really did struggle trying to listen to the back and forth on this. I was getting dizzy. Once the stuff starts to happen, and I've lost the ability to then pay attention, then my brain's like, okay, I'm over here. Let me count the number of dots on the, whatever. So anyway, let me say more highs to you guys and see if I missed anybody as I was going through all that, because they're going to be starting any minute. And let's see who. Christy, good morning, babe. Good to see you. I saw Wendy, good morning, beautiful. Morning, Deborah. And Sandra Stevens, welcome. Good to see you. And we're here waiting. And we should see them any second. You know how they are. They don't normally run too horribly late in this one, which is good. And Bridget, good to see you. Yay, good to see you. Everybody's starting to pile in. And so are you guys good with the way I'm kind of doing these little bits of recaps? Am I, at least hitting the high points? I can't talk about everything because I only allow myself 15 minutes. And sometimes the testimony, like yesterday, was just when you have a full day of one witness. Hold on one second. When you have a full day of one witness and it's a lot of this back and forth, there's not really a lot that you can actually, say and fill in much time. So I'm good. I'm hope you guys are good with it. And that's good. Thank you very much for you guys' support and how I'm doing stuff over here. And yes, oh good. So just also here, let me put up my little banners. I have to run these. I have to run these things more often. I'm really bad about self-promotion. I am so bad about that. So I'll run this one. Oh, and then so again, I got to remember this in my head so I can put it in the description, but we got Wright back. I wonder how long Cross will be. Probably not that long. Well, no, did he start Cross yesterday? Yeah, I think he started it yesterday and it's completing today. So I don't know how much more he has, but there's a lot to go over with him. There's a lot more, I think, that Pryor wants to say. He wants to try to really make sure that Alex is known to be the one on the property and that his client wasn't around then. But we'll have to see how this pans out. And always this one. Everything on this channel is my opinion and alleged. So, anywho, how was you guys' evening? Did you guys have a good evening? Everybody get to hug and kiss their families, and some of these trials make me sit here and go, I don't I don't hug my kids enough. Even though they're older kids, I still need to do that more often. I do smother them with "I love yous" 5 billion times, so that's not a problem. But my kids are not the huggy type. Wendy says, "I love." Oh, good. Oh, good. Hey, Jane. Good to see you. Welcome. So here we sit. Here we wait. So, what did you guys think about the all the stuff yesterday? Did you guys actually try to follow the times yourself, like sitting and listening to it and try to see if you can see them in your mind and kind of try to pinpoint where the locations were? And, as a juror, they have to sit there and do that. I I'd be lost. I'd be like, um, I need the timeline. Can you please hand me the timeline? Wait. Oh, wait. What color? What color are you doing? Ugh. Oh, I used to do my nails. I need to do them more often. I got in the habit of not going anywhere or doing anything lately. Not, it's just because I'm here all the time with my animals and and then I don't do my nails, but I do. I need to, they're long. I just need to polish them. I got to get back in the habit of doing that. I said keep them polished all the time, but that's because they were brittle and I had to do something with them. And now with my vitamins on track, I'm not as bad. So Jane says, oh, where'd it go? I missed one. There it is. And taking a trial break at 8:15 UK time, going another bat walk and oh, that's right. You're UK. That's right. I think it's so cool, the difference, the fact that we get people from all over. I know we have somebody from South Africa who shows up and joins us every now and again. I love it. Ah, you were just about to ask what color? I do the sparklies. My nails are always very sparkly. I actually I think I don't remember if there's anybody in this chat that knows or that also uses the same, but I use the hollow taco. You can see it. One box is right there. It's a YouTuber. Her name is Christine with a K or C. There's a K. I forget, but she has her own nail line. She's used to make or does make really good fun videos. Her personality and mine are very similar. She calls herself a sock because yeah, it's you have to understand it's how we are. Yeah. But anyway, her stuff all revolves around sparklies. Lots and lots of the holographic, actual holographic stuff. And I love it. It's my favorite stuff. I sparkle everywhere. Like right now, you can't tell, but my earrings sparkle. They're so let's see. You had your done a few weeks ago. Got little paw prints and hearts on mine. Aw, very cute. I used to actually get my nails done acrylic because there was a time where my nails were a little bit more brittle than they are now. They're better because I'm doing better with my vitamin intake. And so then I had very thin nail beds, and boy did it hurt when they would use the drill, the electric shaver downer, whatever you call that. It was painful, but yeah, now I just do my own. I'll let them grow and do my own. My toenails getting done when the weather gets. Are you the kind that you do it? You know, during the winter, fall and winter, we don't really need to worry about our toes being seen, right? So we just wait till spring, and then the spring toenails come out. Sounds kind of gross. You're a time zone. Oh, so Jane's a time zone fan. Boy, we're already 10 minutes late. What's going on? Yo, Judge, where are you? Dee says, I lost track of what Pryor was questioning. It was too much for me to try to see where he was going. Yes, the back and forth. There was a lot of back and forth. That, I think, is the issue.
Session, Stephen Boyce.
Wendy, I've seen your nails.
Thank you. Good morning. We've got our jurors, I believe, lined up and ready. So, Mr. Bailiff, you could have them brought in, please.
Oh, Brian, just trimming, no painting. I like a good manicured man. I love it when my husband trims up his beard and puts the coconut oil in it. Let's see. Well, I used to keep mine all the time done. I've let it lax, and I need to go back to it. I'm gonna do that starting this week, and you may see me with my nails painted next Monday. I knew one of
Jury's present and account.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, continuing with the state's case in chief. And the court will note that the jurors are all present and accounted for, and also have signed their affirmation that they followed the court's admonishment as we broke for the day yesterday, not to in any way review any case history or information online or otherwise. So thank you for following that continuing instruction. As we left off yesterday, Mr. Pryor was conducting cross-examination of Investigator Wright, and I believe we'll be continuing with that cross-examination this morning. Is that where we are, Mr. Pryor? Yes, you may. And if you'd like to go ahead and we'll have the witness brought in and return to the stand, you can continue with your cross. All right, good morning, Investigator Wright. Before we get started with additional cross-examination, I will just inquire, because of the court's exclusionary order, have you done anything since yesterday to either review any part of this case online or talk to anyone else about your testimony or theirs in this trial?
No.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. I will note also you're still under oath for purposes of your testimony today. Mr. Pryor was conducting cross-examination, and you can continue with your cross at this time, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. And could I utilize the Elmo as well, Judge?
Yes, just identify which exhibit will be published before you do that, please.
Judge, it's 299, I believe. It is 299.
Okay, and that's been admitted, so you may publish from 299 if you wish.
Morning, Toby.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning. Now, Mr. Wright, the last time we spoke, just to recap a little bit, we discussed that Alex Cox's phone at 2011 to 2356 was at apartment 107, and that was his apartment. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then again from 001111, which is 12:11 at night, to 9:41 in the morning of the 23rd. Again, it was his phone was at 565 Pioneer Road, number 107 as well, correct?
Yes.
And this exhibit illustrates the specific times that you were able to identify when Alex Cox was on the property of Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Yes, his device that I was reviewing.
His device. I'm sorry, that's correct. Do you have any information that Mr. Daybell was present on September 6th, 9th, 23rd, or 25th at the same time that Alex Cox was there?
I do not.
You testified that there were a number of occasions that Alex Cox went to a sportsman's gun club. Is that correct?
Yes,
And from my recollection, reading, it was a number of times on September 3rd, correct?
I recall. Yes.
September 26th,
Yes.
September 27th.
Yes.
Now, on the 28th, you made note of the fact that there were some range sites, one out a bit of a distance. You said something about 100 yards. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you point that to me? Okay.
I
And then
believe
again,
that to be a 100-yard range.
and then 200 yards, and then 300 yards. Okay. And is there a 50-yard range there at any point?
I believe this is possibly a 50-yard range.
Okay.
It has multiple lanes with the berms as separated, but I think
Okay.
that distance of the berm is approximately that
And
distance.
Alex Cox on that day did not go to a short range shooting range. Is that a shooting area? Is that correct?
I can only say that I showed only data points on this map on that particular time. It's possible there are less precise data points and he could be elsewhere on the range as well.
But the data points that you have identified on this exhibit are quite specific in terms of gaps of time, correct?
Yes, they are. And they were, for the most part, GPS and fairly precise.
Right. So what you're showing by this is his travel up to at least it appears, and please correct me, to the 200 and 300 range, and then returning back. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes. So the entire span of the period that he was there that day was 1525 to 1758. And if you notice, looking at some of these individual data points, there's a period of time in there that is, we get many data points, but then there's gaps in time where we don't really get any data points. So during the period when he seems to go down range and come back, we did get some very precise data, but during these gaps, I can't say where he is.
Okay. That could be potentially reloading his gun and just in a still spot, or checking the targets such as that, correct?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. You discussed the prospect of seeing Alex Cox at the Sportsman's Warehouse. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted that he bought some items. He bought a frog tog suit. I'm going to kill that frog tog suit, and the tag was still on it. Is that correct?
Yes, he had one that we recovered that had the tag from Sportsman's Warehouse still on the pants. And
Was there any indication that those pants were ever worn or used?
not that I'm aware of. They look new to me.
Okay. And then you talked about the 2 or 3 other items. We don't need to discuss the Dr. Pepper, obviously, but the other 2 items were what?
One was a woodland camo beanie, and then there was a flip mitt, a set of gloves,
Okay.
and then a ski mask.
Okay. And was there any indication that those had been used as well?
I only show that they were purchased in that same purchase with the Frog Talk pants,
Okay.
but I'm not aware that any of those other items were recovered in the investigation from Alex Cox's residence or anywhere else.
Okay. Did you happen to take any direction in your investigation into whether or not Alex Cox attempted to buy a hunting license at or around that time?
I don't recall. I know on that particular date, it didn't appear he did at the Sportsman's Warehouse, but I'm not aware if he purchased one or not.
Did you look into whether he purchased a hunting license or not in the end of September?
I don't recall.
Okay. And again, we have some trips to the firing range in October 7th and 8th. Is that right?
Yes,
The 12th and the 13th,
yes,
the 15th.
yes.
Now, this allegation with the, and I don't want to mischaracterize this, the paintball gun or potentially some other weapon occurred on what day?
That was October 9th in the evening.
So October 9th in the evening, and then we have Alex Cox on October 12th, 13th, 15th going to the gun range after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just for purposes of clarification, and I'll talk into the mic this time, just for purposes of clarification, the picture to the right, my right, which it appears it has a tag on it. Was that the actual hoodie that was just taken from Alex Cox's garage?
No.
Okay.
The image on the right is an image that I took within the Sportsman's Warehouse of that particular Igloo's 3-hole ski mask, which was the one on the receipt that was purchased when he was in the store. I'm not aware of any ski mask being recovered from his belongings that match the description of this particular item.
Okay. Now you put this in as a reference in October 9th, and October 9th would have been the day that Tammy Daybell encountered the person with the paintball gun or
Yes.
any allegedly other potential weapon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted that it appears that Alex Cox's phone travels close or near the Daybell property. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you go down to the bottom just before October 10th, and it says 1716 to 2353, correct?
Yes.
And that his phone at that point was at his apartment, 565 Pioneer Road, number 107. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the allegations against regarding the allegations regarding the paintball gun or so-called other weapon. Do you recall what time that allegedly occurred?
I don't recall the exact time. I believe it was around 9 p.m. between maybe 8:30 and 9:30, somewhere in that time.
Okay. So if it was between 8:30 and 9:30, would it be fair to say that Alex Cox's phone was at 565 Pioneer Road at his apartment at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And then further on into the evening, Thursday, October 10th, we have 03 to 11:28. And so midnight to 11:30 in the morning. Again, the phone was at Pioneer Road for what looks about 11 and a half hours on the 10th of October. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, October 18th of 2019 is what our reference point is. You're showing Alex Cox's phone at approximately 1:57 to 9:48 at night at Pioneer Road, 107 Rexburg, Idaho. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what date was that?
October 18th.
Okay.
Is that right?
And what were the times?
1:57 to 9:48 Pioneer Road, number 107.
Yes, that's correct.
The phone was at his apartment.
Yes, this is in the early morning hours. Yeah, 1:57 in the morning to 9:48 in the morning.
Okay. And then again, 9:49 to 12:37. Again, Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
What about later on the evening on the 18th?
So later, after it is in 175 at 12:37, it departs there and drives in the Idaho Falls area, and it made a few stops at commercial businesses, with the final stop being the Chick-fil-A, which was later that evening.
And when I say later that evening, what time do we have Alex Cox's phone in Idaho Falls on the evening of the 18th?
I believe it was at the Chick-fil-A at approximately 7:58. I'd have to maybe look at that slide again and refresh my memory, but I believe it was around 7:58, and there was that receipt that was recovered for a purchase there at 8:05 p.m.
Okay. And then the rest of the evening on the 18th?
He was at that location until for over an hour. I don't recall the exact time right now. And then he departs that location and drives north into within a few miles of the Daybell residence.
And how long was he at the Daybell? Well, he wasn't at the Daybell residence. He was at a church. Is that right?
That's right. He was south of the Daybell residence, more than 2 miles south of that.
2.6 miles.
Approximately, yes.
And that was from 2207 to 2245.
Yes.
Your red dots are to the right, my right, a number of red dots. And could you get your pointer out for me? And point to where those red dots are.
There's some here near this house.
Did you happen to go out there and discover what that house is?
I did not, though I did make other investigators aware of that, and I'm not sure what follow-up they did on that.
Okay, so we don't, it appears that there's parking and an entrance there. Is that something that's affiliated with the church?
I don't know.
It would only be speculation if you were to guess what is on that property. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
We do know that the large building is a church building, correct?
Yes, that is.
And between those two buildings is a driveway, it looks to me. Is that correct?
This area?
Yes.
Yes, it's a narrow parking lot.
And it appears that as you come into the entrance where the red marks are, there appears to be parking spots in front of that building. Do you see those?
In this area?
No, over to the right. Further to just outside of where the red dots are, the parking near.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, right there.
Yes. Yes, those are parking spaces, I believe.
And then, like I said, just to clarify, where the red dots are on the roof of the building, there's parking spots that appears directly in front of that building. Is that correct?
On the church side or this?
That side, on that side there.
That does look like a driveway of some kind.
Okay. Okay. And I'm not going to belabor this, but on the right-hand side of that photo, from top to bottom, from where that road is to the bottom of the picture, there are a number of parking spots. Do you see those?
On the right side in this area?
Right there, all the way down.
Yes, there are many parking spots, it looks like.
And to the right of that, there's some parking on that road to the left, and there's other ones on the right. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, you mean
No, over to the right, right there. You have
Okay.
parking spots on the left of that mark, and then further to the right of that, up closer to the grass, right there.
These?
There's a whole bunch of parking there as well,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
that butts up against the building, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So we can't make a presumption that in any way that's attached or affiliated with the church, but at least it appears that was close to where Alex Cox was visiting. Would that be fair?
Yes, potentially. We also had other data points on the other side of the building as well.
Okay. Now, he left whatever that building is and at 2245, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony. There is no testimony. He left that building
Sustained.
and
Okay.
moved to strike.
Strike the question.
The phone points stopped recording at 2245 on October 18th at that site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then where did it go from there, the phone?
There was no location data between 2245 and 2353. And at 2353, we got our first next point of location data, which put the phone south of this location on Highway 20.
How far south?
Distance, I'm not exactly sure. It was just west of Rexburg, basically as Highway 20 goes through Rexburg. Drive time, it was approximately a 7-minute drive time from this church if he had come from the church.
And then further after that, being south of Rexburg, where did you place him then?
He continued south on Highway 20 into Idaho Falls and stopped at the Hilton Garden in Idaho Falls.
And how long did the phone beep in Idaho Falls that evening?
It arrived at the Hilton Garden a little bit after midnight and stayed there till approximately 10 a.m. the next morning.
So if I understand correctly, at 2353, you had something west of Rexburg,
Yes,
and then you eventually had a phone data indicating that the phone was in Idaho Falls the evening of October 18th. Is that right?
yes, after it was at the church you're talking about before that.
Well, it was at the church at 2245, correct? The phone?
Yes,
And then you said that there's a gap that you're not able to explain. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we can't make any presumptions about that gap, can we?
That's correct.
But then what we do have is we have another data point that's west of Rexburg as the next data point at 2353.
That's correct.
And then eventually we have data points indicating that the phone is in a hotel. And what is the time the phone's in the hotel in Rexburg on October 18th?
I would approximately 12:15, though I'd have to look at my report to refresh my memory, but approximately 12:15 it arrives at that hotel.
And that phone remains there until 10 o'clock the next morning in Idaho Falls?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you look into other occasions when Alex Cox's phone was not necessarily on the Daybell property, but near or within a few miles? For example, like at the Salem Church. Did you look at other occasions when that may have occurred?
I noted the ones in my report where I thought it seemed to be in that vicinity, and that was those 7 occasions. There were other times that he certainly seemed to pass by, say on US Highway 20, going north of there, but I saw nothing that indicated it seemed to make it to be going towards the Daybell residence or be staying in that area.
Other occasions on 1900 or on Salem Road?
I don't recall if there were any others specifically. I don't believe so, or I think I would have noted that.
As part of your investigation, you indicated that on a particular day, Alex Cox seems to have pulled off near a canal closer adjacent to the Daybell property. Do you recall that?
On October 9th, he crossed over he was traveling on 200 North, and he crossed that canal there near the Daybell property. There is a data point near there, and then a second data point. However, I can't say that he stopped there or not. Based on the data that I saw, if he did stop, it couldn't have been more than a minute or two.
So we can't speculate whether so the indication that you talked about a pull off and that there was some gravel there and that would have been the only place he could have pulled off. You can't even say that he stopped there, can you?
No, I cannot.
Okay. I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that concludes cross-examination of the witness. If the state wishes to redirect, you may.
And Your Honor, may I be handed State's Exhibit 299?
Yes, that's the one we just had.
Agent Wright, can you remind the jurors when you became involved in this investigation?
Yes, on November 27th of 2019.
And Your Honor, for ease, I will request permission to publish on the Elmo as well.
And you may.
Investigator Wright, you were just asked some questions regarding these red dots. Do you see the cluster of dots?
Yes, I do.
Is that a building or a residence?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Agent Wright, through the investigation, did you learn or determine if that was a residence or a building?
I am not sure exactly what it is.
Any indication from the investigation that that building is linked to the church or that that residence is?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any indication that Alex Cox knew anyone in this area other than Chad Daybell?
No.
And again, where those red dots are, where those data points are, given the radius, could a vehicle be in the church parking lot and still be showing data points within a residence?
Yes, those the data points on the left were GPS data points, and they were the most precise. The ones on the right were Wi-Fi data points, and they had a margin of error of upwards of 122 meters. And so the location of the actual device could be in the church parking lot or somewhere in that general area based on that margin of error.
And do you recall approximately the distance from that church and the parking lot to the Daybell residence?
I believe it's approximately 2.6 miles going up Salem Road.
Through the investigation, did you discover any connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Would the only connection have been Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And counsel talked to you yesterday about the radius, margin of error. I think some different terms were used. In relation to the data points that you have, again, where did you get those?
I got them from Agent Nick Balance, who had put them into the data file. The original source of the data that went into that review file was from Verizon for the cell phone data and from Google for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com account.
And when the providers provide those data points, is that who determines that radius?
Yes.
And that, again, that isn't something you specifically looked into. You were provided those data points.
Yes, that came from those providers.
And the data you reviewed was linked to a device associated with Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you personally review the any location data in relation to Chad Daybell?
I did not.
Did you review any location data in relation to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
Is it possible other investigators may have?
Yes, absolutely.
And in particular, would Agent Balance have been tasked with looking at those types of things?
Yes. I'm aware that we had received a lot of information, location information for devices of various levels of quality, and that data went to Nick Balance for review. It was only this one particular device that I also reviewed.
And yesterday you were shown a message that came from an individual identified as Phoebe. Do you recall seeing that message yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall having reviewed those communications previous to yesterday?
Vaguely, yes, that was somewhat familiar to me, but exactly what those were and their meaning, I don't quite recall.
Do you recall in that message it being a request for Chad to help with something?
Yes, I do.
And was that pretty common through the investigation that people would turn to Chad for answers or help?
Yes.
Any indication Melanie and David were in Idaho on September 8th or 9th that you learned of through the investigation?
Judge, objection goes beyond cross.
He specifically asked about Melanie and David Gibb being
All right, Ms.
present.
Blake, I'll make a ruling first before I hear argument, please, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Not that I'm aware of.
And council went over again a lot of the West Yellowstone data with you yesterday. In your review of that, what was your belief on whether or not Tylee came back from West Yellowstone?
Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It was my conclusion that she appeared to probably have returned to her residence.
And again, did you know where, through the investigation, did you learn which unit Tylee Ryan was residing in?
Yes, at 175 at 565 Pioneer Road.
Your Honor, if I may publish from 299 again, and again, it being the PowerPoint.
You may.
And when looking at this particular slide, at what time was the device associated with Alex Cox in Unit 175?
On this particular date, which was early in the morning of September 9th, Alex Cox's device appeared there. There were 3 data points for the device, one at 0242 and another one at the same time as 0242 and then another at 337.
And again, based on your review of the data for the months of September and October, was this usual for that device to be there at that time?
No.
And then did you determine after being in Unit 175 where that device went?
Yes, the next data points we got that morning were back in 107 and continued to stay there until approximately 9 a.m. when it left 107 and drove to the Daybell residence.
And as far as being at the Daybell residence, council had talked to you yesterday about this image. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And there was some talk of that driveway. From your review, was there an easy access or tire marks that led from that driveway to where Tylee's remains were located?
I'm sorry, could you clarify your
Yes, sorry.
driveway?
Yes, that, do you see where the car is parked?
I do.
In that driveway, if I'm referring to that one as the longer driveway, does that residence have 2 driveways?
It does.
And is the other one shorter than that one?
Yes.
And can you show us where the other driveway is?
There's a driveway here that leads to an attached garage. And then there is a long one here that doesn't appear to lead to a garage.
And so looking at that longer one, did you see or observe tire marks or something that would lead you to believe that people accessed where Tylee's remains were located from that driveway?
I did not see tire marks that would have led from that driveway out into this back area.
And then if we look up in the left-hand corner where that red data point is, again, did you see tire marks or something that would indicate there would be access from that entry to where Tylee's remains were located?
I recall that there appeared to be ruts, if you will, but fairly faint, if I recall, that seemed to indicate vehicles could access the property from this location. There is a gate there that is wide enough for a vehicle to access the property.
And you were asked about Chad's work schedule. Did you know, or did you determine what Chad's regular work schedule was?
I'm not exactly sure. I knew he was a writer.
Do you know whether or not he even had a regular work schedule?
Like a specific time he had to appear at an employment or a job, not that I'm aware of.
And I apologize, may I publish again?
Yes, you may.
I think council went over this message with you as well. But as far as Chad having a work schedule, did this message appear to indicate Chad was at his residence?
Yes, it did.
And again, was this message sent around the same time or shortly after the device associated with Alex Cox was at the property?
Yes,
So at least on Monday, September 9th, it appeared Chad would have been at his residence.
it appears from this message, yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you found the remnants of a raccoon. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In reality, were you ever looking for a raccoon?
No, we had a search warrant for only certain items.
And in
I don't
reality,
believe it included a raccoon.
were you looking for missing children?
Yes,
Did you in fact find those missing children's remains on Chad Daybell's property?
yes, we found human remains for 2 children on the property, and we seized our search at the property after we found those 2 children.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, is there any requests for recross?
Judge, I don't think I'm going to request it at this point.
Very well, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony then of Investigator Wright. Is he going to remain under subpoena from the state?
No, Your Honor, he may be released.
Okay,
He's not under subpoena from my office, Judge.
okay, thank you. That'll conclude your testimony then, Investigator Wright. You can go ahead and step in. Thank you. All right, once you're ready, the state can call its next witness.
State would call Ray Hermosillo.
Very well.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, the witness has been resworn at this point. Detective Hermosillo, I'll ask a few questions before we commence with your direct examination by Mr. Wood. Since this case has been going and you last testified, have you in any way observed any of the trial testimony?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given during trial? Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
You've already testified, but if you can just briefly remind the jury what you do for a living in Rexburg.
I'm a lieutenant over detectives in Rexburg Police Department.
And were you involved in the search for Tyler Ryan and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
Detective, do you recall approximately when Lori Vallow was arrested?
February 20th of 2020.
And do you know where what jail she was eventually held in?
Eventually in Madison County Jail.
Are you aware if the Madison County Jail has a phone system for people who are in the jail to speak with friends and family?
Yes, they do.
What is that system called?
It's called Intelmate.
Do you have access to Intelmate?
We do.
How do you access Intelmate?
Through the police department, they give us a username and password. And so we log on and we're able to listen to phone calls from inmates.
And so those phone calls are recorded.
They are.
Do you have any ability to alter or change those recordings with your login information?
No, we don't.
As part of your investigation into searching for JJ Vallow and Tyler Ryan, did you listen to jail phone calls between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
I did.
Why were you doing that?
At that point, we still had 2 missing children. So every day we listened to phone calls between Chad and Lori, and there were multiple phone calls. But we were trying to get any information to the whereabouts of JJ and Tyler at that time.
How often would they speak with each other?
Maybe 10 or 12 times a day.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 392. Counsel's been given a copy already, and I have a courtesy copy for the court.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 392?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
A thumb drive that I listen to recordings on. Listen. Yes, ma'am.
Are your initials on that?
No, not on this one.
I might have the actual exhibit, then I'll trade for the courtesy copy, please. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Are your initials on that exhibit?
Yes, they are.
So you have reviewed the contents of that specific exhibit?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you ever listen to a jail phone call recorded on June 8th, 2020 at 9:16?
Yes, I did.
Is that what's contained on that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the jail phone call you listened to?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 392 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, exhibit 392 is admitted.
Detective, I believe you testified you'd listened to many jail phone calls, correct?
Correct.
Just briefly, is there a reason why this jail phone call stuck out to you?
Yes. The content in which you're about to hear, what they were talking about and who they were referencing, stuck out to us. Yes.
And we spoke about that this jail phone call was recorded on June 8th of 2020. Did you Do you recall an event that took place on June 9th of 2020?
Yes,
What happened that day?
that was when we served the search warrant on the Daybell property and found Tylee and JJ.
And so did you listen to this June 8th recording before or after June 9th?
It was after June 9th.
And Your Honor, if I may publish by HDMI?
You may.
And Judge, for purposes, I'm going to ask that the entire audio recording be published.
You intend to publish the whole call, Mr. Wood, or an excerpt?
Your Honor, I intended to start the call in at about 6 minutes. I think if Mr. Pryor wants to play the rest during cross, he's certainly welcome to.
Yeah, I would agree. You can publish an excerpt if you'd like, and the entire call has been admitted. And if you wish to play other sections not played by the prosecution, you can do that on cross.
And for the record, Your Honor, I am going to start at 6:10. Or 6:04. So that's where it's going to let me start.
Visions under pillars of fire. That's what you were reading to me.
Yeah.
Because at the very beginning,
If I can inquire, is that coming through the,
No, it's not.
says, this was all still before the second coming. The Lord had ordained for us to begin the millennial day within Zion and her cities, while war and chaos reigned everywhere else. So it was already like the millennium. They were already living colonial way
Like a pocket, yeah.
the whole time.
That's kind of how I've seen it. Is begins with a family, then a neighborhood, then a town, then a city. And New Jerusalem's kind of the best example of that.
Right.
Yeah, it starts small, but grows exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
It's will, and they're doing all they can to destroy one of the key families, but they're not going to.
I mean, there's so much that I know. I was sitting here thinking about that. I know too much.
Yes.
I can't deny it. I know it's just a matter of time. I just don't know what that timing is.
So I texted Ray. He responded pretty quick.
Detective, I'm going to pause it there. Did you hear Mr. Daybell say I texted Ray?
I did.
It's because my microphone wasn't up here. Yes, I can. Did you hear Mr. Daybell say that he texted Ray?
Yes, I did.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of any individual that had a nickname or alias of Ray?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox often went by Ray Lamar. We also associated a Gmail account through phone records back to Alex Cox, and that Gmail was raylamar@gmail.com.
Now, what was the date of this phone call again?
June 8th of 2020.
And was Alex Cox alive or dead at this time?
No, he was deceased.
Do you recall when he died?
December 12th of 2019.
Detective, through your investigation, did you find any information that Chad Daybell claimed to have the ability to speak with people who were deceased?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Overruled.
Through our investigation, interviews with multiple witnesses that were close to him, through the teachings in his books, He would often talk about how he had the ability to see and speak with people on the other side of the veil.
And Your Honor, I'm going to resume playing at 7:34.
All right, before you do that, Mr. Wood, I think we might be able to assist on the audio.
Your Honor, I'm going to start playing at 7:34, and if the court can let me know if it's coming through the speakers.
All right, thank you.
Oh, that's good. Usually it's hard to get a hold of him. He's busy
Okay.
days.
Yes. But I asked him what we'd talked about. And he's very optimistic.
It was very optimistic for you, or he's very optimistic it could happen.
He's very optimistic for both of us.
He doesn't know his own project timeline.
He said, stick with it. To what he projected in that paper he wrote.
You know, house renovations always take longer than they think.
That's the problem.
I've been watching that Extreme Pools,
Uh-huh.
and the people are like 3 months out. Like,
I mean,
when they estimated they'd have it done, and they're like, we had so many problems, we couldn't get to the backyard, we had to pull a crane over the house to get these huge rocks for the waterfall.
I can remember last summer, Taylor Hill, Mark's friend, parents moved into a trailer, like a camping trailer, in their driveway because they were going to build their house by the end of the year. Guess where they're still at?
Really?
They sold their house to their son. And it's just a weird situation, but you're exactly right. Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah, there's always something comes up. Well, we didn't know when we dug in your backyard, we were gonna find whatever. And then they're like, we have to redo all the piping, and then we had trouble with this, and then something else happened. So, but they try to make it sound like it wasn't really that long, but it's always like, it's gonna take 3 months. And then 3 months after that, they're like, okay, it took 6 months. You couldn't come in your backyard at all. And now it's not summer anymore. Now it's winter and your pool is finally done.
Right.
Mostly they do it in Florida, places like that. So he's optimistic about his construction problem, or construction
Problems.
not problems, but plan. His
Yeah.
construction plan, the blueprints are still intact.
Yes.
They're timing.
And I kind of just said, I texted him what you just said is, you guys are always a little off.
Right, exactly. We just want a real estimate.
Right.
What do you say?
He just laughed.
No, he did not confirm nor deny that fact. That contractors are always later than they think they're gonna be.
He's like, it'll work out, how he is. He did want me to say he misses you. But he's not far from, contact. We can talk, we can text him whenever he wants.
Yeah, I can't text anybody. Have text.
It
You have
was,
to text for me. That's like me telling you, I need you to tell this person and talk to this person.
I'll text him back. But he's optimistic. That's, I mean, I want to go visit him and grab him by the throat and say, really?
Can he? I know he's optimistic, but can he just make us any guarantees? I mean, we did make our down payments and everything else.
Guarantee.
It was like a guarantee, just an end date of our project.
Well, he knows you pretty well. So he just laughs. No, I asked him what he thought of the video project. He said it was really nice. He loved it.
Oh, good.
Detective, through your investigation, were you aware of any type of video put out about Alex Cox around this time?
Not around June 8th. But shortly after Alex Cox died, his sister Summer Shiflett made a YouTube video with clips of Alex, photos throughout his life, and put it to music. And so we viewed that early on in the investigation, but that's what is being referred to here.
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation. He can't speculate is what it calls for.
Untimely, overruled.
And Judge, I had stopped playing at 12:13. I'm gonna recommence playing at 12:13.
You may.
Yeah, oh, that's good. Although I'd never heard that song before. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's just something on like iMovie or something that's on your phone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like one of the backgrounds that you can
Church
use or something.
background, just a happy one. Yeah.
I
Mhm.
don't know, because I've never even heard that one, or I've never seen the app, but I know people can do that. iMovie, it was always on my iPhone. I just didn't ever click on it.
Yeah. The
So,
frustratingly optimistic, I guess is.
so frustrating for us.
Yeah,
We're gonna be
that's what I
completed.
mean.
Thanks for completing your project on time. Will they get a bonus? They do it.
Oh, yeah, we'll give him a bonus. It was good. It was good to talk. You know, I hadn't texted him in a while. So,
So he would still answer all my questions in the same way, you think, if I texted him?
I think you ought to write down some questions for him and maybe even mail them off and see what happens. See if he'll respond to you. I have no doubt. Don't forget President Holland's talk. That snippet. He seemed like he wants to text you if he could. Yeah, it's all true. That's all I can say. They haven't forgotten.
I know they want to work on their project and they're not too happy and busy. You know, that's how I spelled it out. Oh, just like, I'm busy.
Well, true
I'm
for
good. It's good. It's good. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's still very interested. He hasn't like forgotten about us.
I know he has other projects, so I don't know how much time that takes. but-
He's involved in this latest batch.
Wow. Remind him when you do text him back that at the beginning of this project, he said there was only like a 3% chance that there would be trouble from certain aspects. And that seems like 100% trouble because that's where it all started. So find out about that.
Right.
See what he has to say for himself on that issue. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do.
Recall what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 1635. Detective, who is asking who to obtain information in that snippet we just heard?
Lori was asking Chad for information.
Your Honor, I'm going to continue playing at 1635.
You may.
So I want to know why that is 100% instead of 3% chance of having a problem.
I think he was somewhat right in that. The other aspect was other people. It was a combination.
I know it was a combination. I'm not saying there were other problems, obviously. It's of the location. But what I'm saying is that it's a combination of only, 5 problems.
I agree.
That was a big one.
It was a big one. Uh-huh.
So my faith in those kinds of guarantees are lower.
Me too.
And beggars can't be choosers, I get that, but you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Thing that I want, he's just gonna have to figure it out.
Right.
Since I'm here and I can't be in charge of the project, so.
Mhm. Yeah. and I've thought back on that entire scenario.
We went over the plan and the blueprint,
Mm-hmm.
and
And yeah, he said that wouldn't be a problem.
right,
Hmm. Yeah.
what to take on that one.
Oh,
Why was that?
it really was.
Right,
No, I don't doubt that. It's just strange how it blossomed. So
so go ahead.
you go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say, so. You think it was meant to have complications and meant to go that direction?
At some point, yeah.
Well, then you should have said, hey, this is a 99% chance that we're gonna have trouble with this soil,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's all we were asking.
Well,
Could this potentially be good, or do we have to fill it with sand.
Well, I think we sensed that we shouldn't take it lightly, and I don't think we did. I mean, we only discussed the matter with the trouble once, and I thought we cut it off and did well, and now that problem is kind of causing its own trouble for itself.
Right. But there's other things in the project where when I'm going back over it, right, that I could have easily done or been inspired to do to avoid a lot of the issues that are going to come up with that.
Yeah.
That we weren't made aware of, so you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I
So
do.
it was meant to go this way, you think, is what I'm saying.
I do. It's terrible. Minor changes here and there, but overall, this was part of the blueprint. And just
What?
Oh, I just wish it hadn't been. But I'm thinking of previous blueprints where the people weren't warned either. It's maddening. Ray's in that contractor position for a reason, and he's not gonna drop us for another project.
Well, can't he like forcibly use a hand, punch some people in the face and get some things done? Some people in particular, like the 3%er person?
I don't think he wants to be violent, but
Well, I'm not saying be violent. I'm saying get their attention.
he did. What he did is kind of mute her effect. I don't know, just kind of kept her in her place for quite a while, to the point it almost diffused any value of her.
Not talking about that. In the beginnings, going back over the whole blueprint and all the things that we've been, I don't know what the word is, when you go through it. Anyway, a lot of that stuff could have been avoided.
Yeah.
Just minor tweaks.
Yes.
And I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. know. I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is gonna be finished and everything is gonna be fine and it's gonna work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lola. Things are going to work out. Not just because he says so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know
hiccup.
so?
How do I know? It's been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people. And I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs.
Your Honor, I'm stopping at 2641. Detective, in that conversation, who is asking who for assurances?
Lori was asking Chad, and we found that throughout multiple phone calls. She would ask Chad for assurance.
And who said they had seen the plan?
The defendant, Chad Daybell.
Your Honor, I'm starting again at 2641.
Your purpose is only beginning, it's hardly begun. And it will be the pair. It won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not solo.
That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I'm just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be two solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying, you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered. Your value is tremendous, immense, and needed in every way. You're tremendous, my love. I know that is a fact. I think you underestimate yourself. I'm not trying to give you a big head or ego because you don't have one. You just are spectacular, and the Lord is going to use those talents. You're on earth at this time for that purpose. I'll try to call you back so we can pray. Okay.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Council, before we begin cross here, I think this would be an appropriate time to take our mid-morning recess. So let's go ahead and do that. It's right at 10 o'clock. So if we could start up again, we'll try for 10:25 to be back with cross-examination starting.
All rise, please.
Okay. What the crud did we just listen to? I'm going to say that if you ever wondered what it's like to be in someone's delusion, I think we just experienced it. I'm sorry that I don't mean to. Hold on a second. My banner. Hold on. There we go. Whoa. I'm real, but I felt like I was wallowing inside of someone's brain as they were thinking about someone who was no longer with them. Like he was believing that he was in text messages with Alex, who was Ray. That I struggle not to. I struggle with, this issue. This stuff with visions and stuff. I don't think that there's insanity in play. I think I feel like there's some delusion and with one person, and the other person who doesn't have the visions is inside those delusions with him, and they're like wallowing in it. At first I used to think that this was using religion to do stuff. I think it's the other way around. I think they're actually believing all this stuff, and she's relying on his visions because he's the one that gets them. Just, oh my goodness, just pure. I think there's something to. He thinks he's got this connection beyond the veil. Oh, I think I blinked. Did my internet just go out a little bit or something? Sorry if that did. I do. I think that he believes 100% that what he has, what he's experiencing is real. And if anyone watching is a believer in visions and stuff, I apologize if I just think that if you are in the same beliefs as someone and they're seeing things that you're not, and you've tried to get it 5 billion times, I want to see what you're seeing. I want to see all the things, and you're not getting it. Why is that person the only one getting it? Are they playing you? Do they really see it? Is it, you know what I mean? There's a lot of thoughts with this case that have me really deep into my my thoughts on, visions and dreams and whatnot. Like what is it? Do you believe that there are people in certain religions that are the only ones who can see these things? Or shouldn't we all, if we're all believers in that same belief, all be able to believe and see? And if we're not, why is that? Or is that wrong to question within a religion? I think that's the key. I think it's wrong to question, because if you question the person getting the visions, something might happen to you. And that's what I see in this case. If you question Chad, stuff happens. Sorry, I just went down a whole thought process on that. It's kind of and sometimes it gives me the shivers, like, oh, like I felt like I was listening to like what it's like to be inside his head while this conversation thing was going on. And also the fact that he talks like a snail. Did you notice snails talk? Oh, sorry. But his droning voice, which is one of the things that I try not to have myself, because I know it's like, I call it the resting witch voice. But anyway, yeah. So let's see, y'all, what y'all saying. I actually want to clip that out. I might clip that and make that a separate thing later on. If anybody wants that separate. Let's see what I have. So what I was saying, Linda says, I would never have put together that they were talking about Alex Cox after death. Yes. Yeah, because I may not have in the moment, but at least Nate pointed that out. But because he was called Ray, and he had Ray Lamar Gmail account while he was, so they were, and then they were mentioning stuff about texting and stuff. And I guess we should have put the date. I don't know what the date was of this call. I missed that part, but I wouldn't have put it together unless Nate had said it. But so I agree. But yeah, he's talking about, he's relaying messages from beyond the veil from Alex to her, but he's also manipulating, and she's trying to get him to manipulate Alex beyond the veil with, it's a whole lot. And Chad read back what Ray responded. Yes, here, let me see. Lemon, what'd you say? Yeah. So there's conversation in text. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, but this is just, I don't know how else to manage this, it kind of gets me a little oof. And then Deborah says, pure diabolical evil. Oh my goodness. At one point I wanted to say, I always try to think, I don't want to step on anybody's religious toes, but I don't know how much of this is religion and how much of it is narcissism and manipulation to get what Chad wants. I personally think it may be a combination of both, actually. Not 100% all he's using it. I think he still believes in the stuff that he's saying, because he can switch in and out of it quickly. Well, most disturbing, yes. Stevie said, I got it. Alex was the contractor, as in, did they say that? Did they say that? Stevie? Sorry, I may not pick up on everything. Okay, so what is it all narcissists do again? Having dreams and wants is one thing. Yes. I mean, everybody, you could actually convince somebody to have the same thoughts you have. Like if you know someone who has visions, you can actually, it's a thing where you then, if you have conversations with them, you then begin to think and see in your own dreams some of the stuff they're talking about, because it's a conversation you had with them. It convinces your dreams, and then yours you may have stuff that line up with that. Not that they're convincing you, it's not them doing it. It's your mind replaying what it is that you just heard someone say, more or less, is how I see it. Hey, hi Maria. Hello. Chad controls access to the information beyond the veil, gives him unique power over Lori and everyone else who listened to Chad. Yes. And he absolutely, he derives great enjoyment from that ability. Jane says, I'm guessing Lori was getting sucked into it and also got to go with this. She can still be with, well, yeah, she's probably drawn to that. She's magnetized to it. He knows that. That's why he chose her. I have a feeling that Tammy struggled with his visions, because if you remember, thinking back, Zulema said that when he would talk about the visions and he would say he got this vision or whatever, she'd roll her eyes and then say, I've got to go pray about this. I have a feeling that Lori bought it hook, line, and sinker and was actually attracted to it. She didn't feel whole unless she was with him because he had that ability and she didn't. And she needed and wanted and desired that. And the only way she could experience it was to experience it through him. And so she connected herself to him because of that. She's got her own issues. She's oh, just my opinion, as it says on the screen right down there. Oh, this stuff gets me sometimes. Stevie says, I feel like a real vision would align with the written text of the religion that you are. I do, yes. And then when you are, I just think when you're adding to or tacking on beliefs on a religion, if a religion is changing, constantly changing, if you can't go back from the very beginning of whatever faith it is you believe, and things have changed in that belief over the years from the time it started, make sure you know who it started with, because some of those religions will not tell anyone about who actually started it. So go back to the very beginning of that religion, do a research on that, and see if the person or who started its beliefs then match up with what you are being told now. If there is change in that, in my opinion, question it. Question deep. Does your religion still say the same thing that it does or that it did from the beginning until now? Just say it. Did I get preachy? I don't know. But I do, yes, and I agree with what Stevie said. That's kind of sorry if I got deep and emotional into that stuff. Brian says, I think Lori was just playing along to better herself with money and power. I don't. I think it's a part of it. She thinks she's getting it, but it's a combination of everything. She believes that they have been together for 7 past lives. He sold her that. She bought it. They went to so many temples. They went from temple to temple to temple while their spouses were still alive. They visited temples together. She has bought this hook, line, and sinker. And because she's not really like working or whatever, I think she's saying, hey, these people are evil anyway. They might as well kick off and we take their insurance money. That is wrapped up in it too. I don't think she's doing it just for the money. I think that the money is a result of, hey, if you're in a religion and you've ever experienced this stuff, you are taught in most faiths that you're going to see the loved ones again, that there's no reason to be sad this person is gone. You mourn for a time and then you move on. I think that that's her thought with this stuff. She, in her beliefs, believes that they are now beyond the veil, and the only thing that is distancing her from them is the veil, because that's the teaching. I remember and have heard from my years of going to church and stuff, being told that in some religions, especially the really, really, like I told you about the Independent Fundamental Baptists, you're really not even supposed to mourn. You're supposed to have it. You have a funeral, you do your thing, a celebration of life and all the stuff. That's why they call it a celebration of life. And because you're not supposed to be sad and blah, blah, blah. And you move them in and you move into the next phase. But what they don't realize is that it's normal for a human to mourn the loss of someone. So when you take that away, I think it does no one justice to not have a period of time where you miss the person, sad, get through it the way you need to. But I think that that's how she is in her mind. She does not see this as, I'm never going to see these people again. I did this thing because they turned into zombies, and the only way to save them is to take them and get rid of them. Now on him, I think that he's got his stuff mixed up in there with his visions and all that stuff. And there's a whole layer to that. So sorry if I went down a whole rabbit hole on that, but this one's a rough one. They truly, now this right here, yes, they truly believe, yes. Low energy, yes. So I got to jibber jabber, and then my memory can't remember what the heck I said. And then I'm like, what? Christy says, I just refreshed chat. I missed so much, but I thought you guys weren't chatting. Oh. Oh. Stevie says to Maria, good morning. Yes, I agree about Chad and his unique power over his believers. Gurus have to have some sort of something like that, right? Magnetism. I know. I've been happening to me too. So frustrating. Oh, what was happening? Sorry, Christy. I just refreshed. There's something going on my side. I keep having a thing where it spins, and I don't know if it's the internet. I don't know if it's YouTube. I don't know what's happening, but I'm trying to keep an eye on it to make sure that we're not disconnected. Maria says, I think believing that Chad is still communicating with the dead might explain the lack of grief from Lori. Yes. This is what I'm talking about right here. That's it right there. Her connection beyond the veil is Chad. And so she's not showing any emotion as far as those who have passed beyond the veil, because she's connected through Chad, which is why she is so connected to him emotionally. Because it's like your only connection with the outside, like you're in your house and the only connection you have with the outside world is the computers, the phones, and all those things. And so that becomes your lifeline as a connection to the outside. I think it's the same thing with this. Beyond the veil, her connection is through Chad. Sorry, my hands are all emotionally into this stuff. Her whole family has been decimated. She seems perfectly happy. Yes. And if you have ever been in any kind of religion or belief or whatever, and maybe you're not anymore or whatever, you can actually see this connection and why. You don't see it as, oh, she has no emotion, she doesn't give a crap about anybody. No, she's already connected with them. She's already in her head living with her family beyond the veil through the connection, through her guru, Chad. It sounds wacky. It is wacky in my opinion, but there's a difference between faith and religion. I'll just put that out there that way. Christy says, it really is. I've just been staring at my last comment. Oh, YouTube came to a grinding halt today. Crossed over when they annihilated. Yes. As Stevie says, Lori referred to asking the contractor for answers. By contractor, they mean Alex. Yes, so that's that's code words they're using, because this was a jail call? Is that correct? I have that right? I forgot what they said. I had to step away to get my food when I heard, oh, we're gonna do a call. So I forgot to look back. But I think it was a jail call, but nobody actually says that out loud. I'm guessing by inference. Right, because they're talking in code. I think Brian mentioned the code part. Deborah says, as soon as he got to the lectern, it was on like Donkey Kong. Sorry, I had to say lectern. That was for Linda Kinney Bodden. And y'all are probably like, what is this woman talking about sometimes? Well, experience. But why be so weak-minded to believe so wholly in someone to destroy your entire family? And look where she is, nowhere good, and she only has herself to blame for allowing this in her life. Religions such as things that are, I'm not talking about religions who are, they prey on the weak-minded. And there are people out there who need to be led. Let's just put it that way. And those are the people that a lot of religions and whatever, that cult type stuff, they will attach themselves, or that's who they're looking for. They're looking for the ones who are like Lori, who will believe and be in it with them. Do they themselves believe it? Yes. And so they are looking for people to believe who are like-minded. And a lot of times they will not talk to anyone or associate or anything with anyone who isn't like-minded. So Stevie says, that sounds right. Tammy rolled her eyes and knew Chad was nutty. And Lori was drawn to the nutty. I just made myself blurry. I'll fix it in a minute. Here, let me, so that y'all aren't ill. Let me, yeah, I have to go out and come back in before they, hold on. I moved and it went blurry. So Laura was drawn to the nutty. Chad is probably still talking to his imagination. I feel like I'm really, you know, saying a lot about, visions. I don't know how to handle this as far as faiths and what everyone believes and stuff. I mean, if you believe in the still small voice, is that the same as visions and dreams and all those things? I mean, people have their beliefs. I think there's a difference between delusion and believing in a faith. Does that make sense? Is that, sorry if I'm stepping on toes. I heard there's 17 days left of this trial till closing arguments in this trial, Chad. We don't know how many days. It could be more, it could be less, it could be, yeah. It's everything in trials, from the time it starts to the time it ends, until we hear a verdict, and then a sentencing is all a guessing game, because no one ever knows how long anything is going to take. That's why sometimes attorneys will only have X amount of witnesses for that day, and then they didn't call enough, or they called too many, and then they have them waiting. It's better to not call enough than it is to call too many, in my opinion, because no one wants their witnesses having to sit around and then not get to testify. So I just think it's better that they, so you don't really know when a trial is going to end. That's why during a lot of times it was frustrating to have somebody come in and, when is verdict? When is verdict? When is it? We can't tell you. Stevie says, I think Lori thinks she and Chad are still going to get their desire to be together. I think it will take time for the delusion to get fuzzy. Oh, they will always believe that they will always be together, because they believe that they are sealed for time and eternity. So they will always be together. It means, and they add in the past lives, the future lives, and all that stuff. So they believe in their own minds that they are, yes, I'm trying not to step on toes with beliefs and stuff. We are all entitled to our beliefs. whatever that is a Toby says, did Lori say I'm here and I can't be in charge of the project? Linda, did she say that? Did Nate tweet that out? That makes your perspective very important. We all benefit by a variety of voices. And that's from Brian, to Brian. It's not necessarily about mourning, focusing on the hope you'll see your loved ones again. It depends on the religion. There are some religions that are really deep into mourning, like, scraping of the head till you bleed type of stuff. But does Chad communicate with Charles, JJ, and Tylee, or just Tammy and Alex? That's a good question. So far, we have not heard, have we, that he's ever said he's spoken to anybody but Ray and whatever. It sounds like they were living inside a bubble that was inside the bubble of LDS. They managed to insulate themselves from reality as we know reality. I still mourn my brother 21 years, my mom 17 years, my dad 3 years. Sometimes out of the blue, just start crying because the loss is so unbearable after all this time. It never goes away. And I think it's very important that we make sure that we don't tell somebody else how long they should be mourning. Let you work it the way you need to work it. If they reach out and say, help, I need to talk to whatever, then that's one thing. But it's not for us to determine how long it takes someone to mourn. You do never get over the loss of anyone. You get through, and there are days where something as silly as a color that may bring back the a thought of the person. It happens on a daily basis. When I'm talking, a lot of times I'll be like, I don't know if it's a thing or not, but sometimes I think that the person that I've lost or whatever is kind of here, and I can, like, it's a thought, but my head says, oh, I can feel it here, but I don't necessarily know that's a feeling. I think that that's just me wanting that person close to me, so I make that feeling. Does that make sense? Because otherwise, that's kind of a subject that I have. Paranormal stuff is not my thing. Nope. Somebody should get a phone visit with Chad and ask him. I want to know. Yes, that question was a good one. With strong stomach, Chad curdles mine. I cannot comprehend that. I can't even begin to imagine my life without my daughter. Even if I know I'll see her again, if something were to happen, I want her to be her to love. So I think that's why this pisses me off so bad. Yes. Now that mom has been gone for 15 years, I can finally say the words out loud. The burial was a breeze compared to her irritating habit of staying crossed over. Luna Lake, Candy couldn't agree with you more. I do the same thing with my sister, dad, grandparents, etc. Hubby's best childhood friend. Some days are truly hard and just have to cry for a release. Yes, mourn the way you need to mourn. But if it becomes overwhelming, then there may be a time when, intervention. All of this stuff just hurts my heart so bad because I just want them all back. I need them and I can't have them back. I am the age my mom was when she passed, and it scares me really. I do admit that that's a subject that I do have issues with, is, what happens in the great beyond. I try not to dwell on it. Still small voice in relation to Christianity. I believe it's reference to the Holy Spirit. Yes. Yep. I'm trying to not be too religious, but, that kind of thing. But yes, Holy Spirit, God, Elohim, Yahweh, all the names. I'm glad my abusive parents are gone. It's great relief to me. I'm sad my husband died 25 years ago this July. He missed so much he would have enjoyed. I don't mourn those who pass. It's inevitable. I mean, you're going to always want that person, that's wanting and whatever, is nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to do what you have to do for your sake. You mourn if you need to mourn. You seek help if you need to seek help to get you past, to get you from the mourning to the not even moving. There's a moving forward. There's not a getting over. I think that's the way I say it. You don't never get over. You get through and you continue on and don't get stuck in it. 6 months today since I lost my sister. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lemon. Stephen, I didn't know that, but congrats. Okay, let's get down to the bottom. See, Stevie says, I was in a car crash on the same day Putin invaded Ukraine. The X-ray said I hadn't had a problem. I discussed it all with God before I did anything else. I heard it. Thanks, lovelies. I'm planting 2 young trees for her today. One called Sarah and another called Jane. Her first and middle names. Sarah was actually the name we were going to have if we ever had a daughter. That was always our girl name if we were ever going to have one. It's the only name that we agreed on for a girl. So it's one of my favorite names. Sorry for the religious talk, everyone. Everyone should believe what they choose. I respect your right to make your own choices. Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with religious talk, because religious talk lets us come together and believe and be okay with what everyone believes. You get stuck there's a thing about getting stuck in telling everybody that you're wrong. You have to believe as I believe, or you can't be in my midst. That's what I try to avoid, because that's how I grew up. My growing up was that way. I could only be around those who believed as I did. And I'm not that way anymore. Chrissy says, Stephen, wow, I've heard so many conversations with the Lord as of recent, especially it's hard. How long have you been clear, if you don't mind me asking? So that's where we sit, waiting for them to return. Now, I think I need to fix this real quick. So I'll be right back. Let me see. Am I still fuzzy? Oh, wait. Am I fuzzy? Hold on a minute. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, yep. I'm still fuzzy. Hold on. I'll be right back. There, now I'm not fuzzy anymore. It's the new camera. I don't know why it does that. I have to be very careful, and I tend to move a lot. And if I go too closely to it too suddenly, it goes, whoa. So let's see. Oh, sorry. I was trying to see where I left off. So just wanted to make sure I wasn't putting too much personal stuff from y'all up on the screen. I always tend to stick it up there first and then go, oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't have put that. She's talking about menopause or something. Okay. I'm going to refill my water. I'm dehydrated. All the fluids have been escaping through my eyes and I can feel it. Aw. Toby says, I like the tree idea a lot. I planted them. Plant for my late husband. He didn't live long enough to see it become legal and sold in stores. Oh. Oh, what? The sun just came out here in the UK. What time is it there, Jane? Court is late. I will start sorting laundry to see if that gets them going. Okay, you do that. They are making a lot of huge strides in cancer. Faster, the better. Yes. What? I don't even know what that is. Lemon, what's that? A pawpaw tree? Oh. Oh, like grandpa? My avatar celebrates my winning. Just Jules made it for me and had a huge party for me. Oh, okay, yeah. That I think I didn't get the heart. I got the, what was it? She didn't do the hearts. She did a short batch of the hearts. I got the Christmas ornament for for Christmas, but I didn't get the heart for Valentine's Day from Just Jules. Oh wait, it's 5:37 p.m. So Luna says there's a hummingbird, Ruby K, that comes every morning and early evening and sits on the same branch and talks to me, then goes to the feeder. She is always chasing the other hummers away. It's my sister, she says. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, okay. Pawpaw is a fruit tree in the custard apple family. It's the only exotic type tree that grounds in southern Ontario. Tastes like mango. Ooh, I love mango. Did you get the pawpaw tree? Local nursery, online, or did you grow it from a seed? That'd be awesome. I've always wanted to experience different fruits from around the world. I watch a lot of YouTube stuff, and I love seeing all the different kinds of fruits that we don't have here. Very, very cool. Yeah, what Stevie is referring to is Just Jules is a YouTuber that we all follow. Her channel name is just Jules, and her channel she uses a bee, what do you call it, a bee Snapchat filter, and she's the bee, and her channel is The Hive, and she is a sweetheart. I don't care what anyone has to say on anything about her. She's a sweetheart. But yeah, she's awesome. Here, let me grab her. I might as well. Let me get her channel. Let's see. This is Jules' channel. Stephanie says, I'm super behind, but they know it's wrong, or else she would say it doesn't count for her. Let me make sure that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we're still waiting. Let me see if Nate has said anything. I forgot to check. So 4 minutes ago, Nate said this. Sorry if Linda put that in already. I didn't see. But I'm not seeing them back yet. Nope, they're not back yet. I mean, this thing's sitting right there, and I was a little skosh, not live, but not enough to make a difference, like seconds or something. So Pryor is reviewing an exhibit, or this is what's going on here. Let me stick this up. We're back in the courtroom and attorneys are at their table. Pryor is reviewing an exhibit and chatting with Lindsey Blake. Hermosillo is on the stand. Boyce and jurors are not seated yet. Yeah, there's supposed to be a T on that. Oh, the T's down there. I put these in through StreamYard and it splits up the posts. So here we wait. Wait, let me see. What is this? Is the pawpaw tree the one that gets spoons for predicting the weather? You already, what did you already know? Wait, I already knew that, Addi. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Back to serious stuff? Not yet. They're not in court. They're in court, but they're not on the stream. Hurry up, people. What's funny is the message is first. It does that sometimes. Okay. Anywho. Hi. So did they finish that entire call, or did they only played a portion of it? All right. I'm expecting a phone call today that I may be in when the trial ends. So at one point, if I get a phone call and I have to take it and the trial ends and I don't end the stream, that would be why. I had to make sure my phone was on because I hardly ever get phone calls. In fact, where the heck is my phone? Oh. Oh, it's right here. Duh. Right here. Come on, people. My waiter isn't waiting very well. Welcome back, Beanie. For some reason, The jury and the judge are not entered. Let me see what. Oh. Hermosillo has stepped down from the stand and we are waiting for the judge. Attorneys are talking back and forth with each other. Chad is chatting with Pryor.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh.
Okay, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've extended the morning recess to take up some administrative matters. In addition, council's been working on a proposed exhibit that would be proffered through the next witness that's not currently on the stand. However, in the interest of time and efficiency, there's been a request that the court consider a motion in limine ruling on a section of that exhibit. And so this is an appropriate motion to be heard outside the presence of the jurors. And I believe there's a contested issue on the exhibit. So at this time, what I'd like to do, if council's ready, is to have the state reference what is going to be proffered in the exhibit through an offer. The court will review that. I'll hear whether or not there's an objection to that section of the exhibit from the defense. And then I'll make a ruling so that we can have this exhibit, that particular slide ruled on before the witness that would introduce the exhibit is on the stand. So if that's an okay manner in which to proceed, Ms. Blake, are you going to be arguing the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead and argue your motion at this point then and reference which slide you believe is going to be contested here, and then I'll hear from the defense.
And Your Honor, may I remain seated at council table?
Yes.
So within this PowerPoint, it would be slide 18. That is the contested slide. I've handed the court a courtesy copy of the printout of the original exhibit. The actual exhibit will be placed on a thumb drive once we've made any additional modifications as required. It's slide 18 of 45 slides. It's the state's understanding that council would have an objection to this. I don't know if the court wants to hear what the objection would be first, or if the court would like the state to proffer why we believe that it would be admissible.
I think perhaps, Ms. Blake, if you would describe what slide 18 is showing, so we have that in the record, and then I'll hear whether or not there is an objection from the defense. I'll hear the objection, and then I'll hear a response from the state to the objection if there is one. So what is it on slide 18?
Thank you, Your Honor. On slide 18, it references a internet search conducted on the Homer J. Maximus account by Alex, the 6.5 Grendel drop from 100 to 200 yards, and also a visit to a site drop from 100 to 300 yards. This is in reference to the October 9th incident. Additionally, on the slide, there are two images. The images show an overview, an aerial photo essentially of the Daybell property. Within the Daybell property, we've heard before about the two driveways. There is one longer driveway, one shorter driveway. These particular images show a measurement to the end of the longer driveway from a tree on the property. They also show, the second photo shows a measurement from the end of the driveway, so closest to the house and furthest from the house, those 2 points on the driveway, and a measurement to that tree. Then beneath them, it references distance from tree to end of driveway, 312 feet or 104 yards. The other one, distance from tree to corner of sidewalk, 189 feet, 63 yards. And then would the court like to hear argument?
I'll hear from the defense at this time. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review slide 18?
Yes, Judge.
And is there an objection to that part of this proposed exhibit?
Yes, Judge.
I also don't know even know if I clarified on the record, what is the proposed exhibit number, Ms. Blake?
It is 398.
Exhibit 398. Thank you for clarifying that. So we're discussing slide 18 of exhibit 398, proposed, not yet admitted. Mr. Pryor, any argument as to why you think that would not, should not come in?
Judge, the discussion that took place from the previous witnesses talked about the driveway that's identified off of Salem Road, and the words Salem Road are on this proposed exhibit, and that's the short driveway. That's where the state presented evidence regarding the paintball gun and then the encounter Ms. Daybell had with a paintball gun. I don't see any relevance with putting a measurement at the end of the long driveway, and even just because it was mentioned. But Judge, every aspect of this property was mentioned. And what the state is trying to do is trying to take an arbitrary point at the beginning of the long driveway and then another arbitrary point at the end of the long driveway, and extending that out to the area where J.J. Vallow's remains were found without any information or any evidence whatsoever to suggest that there was ever any attempt or even a plan to engage in some sort of a shooting out there. And the state has presented nothing, at least at this point, to suggest that. And they can't just take an arbitrary point, Judge. That would allow them to take an arbitrary point at any point of the property, measure out 200 to 300 yards anywhere, and that's really what they're doing here. And then there is no relevance to this. And again, it's merely designed to just inflame the jury and try to support their so-called theory that that paintball gun was something other than a paintball gun.
All right, Ms. Blake, what's the response from the state on the objection to slide 18?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's response, first, the state would respond that there absolutely has been evidence presented. Tammy's own words, she refers to it as a rifle. She also uses the word paintball gun. She also uses the word gun. She says a person was standing there pointing it at her, pulling the trigger. She also indicates the person was standing there shooting at her. She references that she had fear. In addition to that, the state would indicate that this driveway absolutely became an issue during the testimony of Detective Kaikamanu. As part of the cross-examination, a significant length of time was spent on the driveways. There was some done on redirect, but the bulk of that was done through cross-examination. There's also been testimony regarding Alex purchasing a ghillie suit that could be a cover. There's also evidence of the Homer J. Maximus account searching Grendel 6.5 drop from certain locations, including long distance shots. There's been testimony regarding the shooting ranges and some of the distances that were being practiced or where a device associated with Alex was. However, the state's main argument is, I think, given the questioning done by defense counsel of several witnesses suggesting the shooting ranges were done in preparation for hunting, that a hunting license may have been obtained, as well as during the testimony of Detective Kaikamanu on cross, there were questions about the potential that Chad Daybell was a target and the vehicle driven. So I think at this point, the door has been open for the state to be able to talk about the potential that the tree would be a place where an individual could be concealed while matching up with the searches done by the device associated with Alex Cox, and in line around that these trips to the shooting range were taking place. So given that, I do think that this is admissible and the door has been open for it.
All right, thank you. So I've considered this exhibit 398, proposed slide 18, which shows 2 photos of the Daybell property, as well as a reference to an internet search conducted by Alex Cox for citing in a gun, October 8th, 2019, and then some measurements on the property. I've considered the objection of the defense. I'll note the court has to consider under Rule 401 whether something's relevant, and also under 403 whether or not relevant evidence may be excluded for unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, or other parts presented in that rule. I'll note there's some case law, a case 148 Idaho 176, which is Schmeckel versus Dill, Dille, says Idaho Rule of Evidence 403, however, states that, quote, although relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusing the issues or misleading the jury, it's well established the trial court has considerable discretion to exclude evidence for reasons that the evidence is confusing or could have been interpreted in many different ways. That internally cites a different case also. When I look at the exhibit, I don't see anything objectionable about the top left reference of an October 8th search by Alex on Grendel drop 100 to 200 yards or 100 to 300 yards. Considering the objection of the defense, when I look at the photographs of the property and the language underneath on measurements of the property, I do agree with the defense that it appears there were just some measurements taken on the property to show that that could be within the distance of the property. First, I would note that it would seem to me that this coming in through a witness would be more argumentative than establishing a fact if we're looking at where the distance occurred on this property without any direct evidence, although there may be circumstantial evidence. But I do think it's problematic that the measurement goes from the burial site or near the burial site, also showing to the driveway, which was not the driveway that was referenced when testimony was provided about the alleged attempted shooting on Tammy Daybell, whether by a firearm or a paintball gun, whatever it was. That's not where it occurred, and there's no evidence whatsoever that Alex Cox was positioned on the property at any point where that particular mark is at the time that shooting would have occurred. I think that looking at that overall, there's a real potential here that this could confuse issues or mislead the jury, where the point of measurements taken from a burial site, which doesn't really relate to the evidence in relation to this shooting, either on the driveway or that's just a different issue of where the burial site was. So for that reason, I am going to sustain the objection as it relates to slide 18, partially in that the maps and the property measurements at the bottom of the slide would not be permitted. However, the top left part that just indicates searches were done, if that somehow becomes relevant in the form of the testimony, I don't find that to be objectionable. So I'll sustain in part the objection, excluding those parts of the slide, and deny it as to the reference of the internet searches. That'll be the ruling on the motion in limine. Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions on that ruling?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions from the state?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thanks all for bringing that to the court's attention. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in then if counsel is ready for continued examination of the witness.
Judge, may I have permission to approach the podium?
Yes.
Is it Hermosillo that's back? I think so. Undercross.
May I, Judge?
Wait for our jurors.
Oh. I'd rather,
It's more
you
effective.
know what,
that way.
tunnel vision.
I understand.
It will be a little more effective if they hear it, I guess, right? I could make another comment about what's going to be reported, but I think I'll just stop there.
Yes, you should. No.
All right, please. The jury is present.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience. We were working on some matters outside of your presence. We're ready to commence with the cross-examination of Detective Hermosillo. Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you may begin.
Good morning, Officer Hermosillo.
Good morning.
Now, you had an opportunity to listen to the tape and you offered some commentary on that. Do you have a recollection of information that Mr. Daybell felt that there needed to be building a village for the end of times?
No, I don't recall a village. I recall putting up tents, but not a village.
Okay. And the construction of a safe place when the second coming occurs, is that what you recall as well?
No.
Okay. And that there were some discussions about people moving to Rexburg to be safe from, again, the second coming. Do you recall that?
That I do, yes.
Okay. And on the tape, I heard, I believe it was Miss Vallow saying something about, I don't get to pick the colors of what I want. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. And would that suggest to you that they're talking about building buildings?
No.
Does anything in this discussion resemble the construction of any sort of structure?
Repeat the question again, please.
Does any of the discussion on the tape seem to suggest that they're contemplating the construction of some sort of a structure?
No.
So the discussion about blueprints and picking colors has nothing to do with the building of anything. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay. And at this point, this tape again was at what time? The date?
June 8th, 2020 at 9:16 p.m.
And at this point, there's just, you would agree that there's a discussion about future plans, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. And at this point on June 8th of 2020, was Tammy Daybell dead?
She was.
Okay. JJ Vallow, to your knowledge,
Yes.
already passed away?
Yes.
Kylie Ryan?
Yep.
Okay. Alex Cox?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't, from your knowledge of this, some nefarious plan to kill or murder anybody, was it?
It was in furtherance of the plan through our investigation. to lead the 144,000 or whatever it was
Okay.
that they wanted to do in the future.
Okay. And I guess those 144,000 were going to live in tents?
I have no idea where they were going to live.
Okay. So we're not disputing that there was some plan to have some sort of a refuge in the future in Rexburg, right?
I can't testify to what Mr. Daybell was going to do in the future.
Okay. You seem to be testifying of what you thought he was talking about on this tape, though. How is that different, sir?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, Judge, I'm moving for admission of Defense Exhibit 104 and 105. And Judge, for the record, yeah. And these had previously been provided to the state. Judge, I also took the liberty of printing off photos, provided those to the state earlier, as well as to Officer Hermosillo to identify those. And my understanding is the state's going to stipulate to the admission of 104 and 105.
Mr. Wood.
Yes, based on our conversation earlier, I'd also note that this is testimony beyond the scope of what was discussed earlier, but as an agreement with Mr. Pryor, we're going to allow that to happen today.
Okay, so I'll allow redirect on that and expanded scope as well. I wanted to also be clear from a note I had from the exhibit clerk. 104, is 104 a separate exhibit and then there's 104A through J, or is 104 the 104A through J?
104 is the exhibit of all of the pictures. 104A through J represent individual pictures within 104 that I was going to emphasize.
Okay.
And I can modify that if that's the court's direction.
I just want to make clear what's being admitted. So right now we just have 104 and 105 offered and admitted. If you go to any of those particular sub exhibits, or we'll mark those and make sure the record's clear.
Okay. Okay. And Judge, I may need my computer if that's the route we're going to go. May I have permission?
If you're going to publish those and need your computer, you can go get it.
Thank you. Or if the court would not have an objection and the state doesn't have an objection, I can use the pictures as well for Elmo if the court has a preference.
Either way you wish to publish this, but if we're publishing the individuals, we'll just make sure we're in the record what's being published.
Okay. All right. May I approach for my computer, Judge?
Yes.
Judge, may I publish the jury by way of HDMI?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oops. Now, officer, as part of a search of the Lori Vallow, Alex Cox apartments and garages. There was a search that was conducted on December 19th, 2019. You recall that?
I do.
And at that time, my recollection is the testimony is that Alex Cox's garage was vacated. Is that right?
The apartment we believed Alex was living in, which is 107, was completely vacant. His belongings were found in 175.
Okay. And then the garage of Alex Cox as well, was that vacant?
The garage of 107 was vacant, yes.
And then there was a subsequent search, and you previously talked about some weapons that were found as a result in 175. Is that, would you recall?
That's correct.
Okay, but there were other items that were discovered, and this is by way of stipulation of the parties. And do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Okay, and can you describe on the, and if you could get the marker out, I would appreciate it. And go to the top right corner of that exhibit.
Okay.
Right there, and it looks to me, what does that look to you that those three rolls are?
Duct tape.
Okay, and then to the left on the top upper right-hand side? Are you able to identify what those are?
Looks like a fire starter, lighter maybe.
Okay, and then in the middle, there are some canisters. Can you tell me what those might be?
Right here.
Yes.
I can't tell exactly what it is, but it looks like maybe something to clean guns with.
Okay, okay. And Judge, this is going to be a little onerous, so I'm going to have to do this a little bit at a time if I could. And then if we could publish again, Judge.
You may.
And then a little bit of a closer look. Again, obviously, with the scripto, it looks like one says, do you see what those are?
Yes.
What are those?
Torch flame is what it says.
Okay, and then the bottle, the cans is a closer look. What would those be?
Still can't tell.
Okay. In any event, these were items that were found in Lori Vallow's garage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if those were cans to clean guns, there were also guns found that were identified as being belonging to Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, Judge, we're going to try to publish. And again, what are we looking at here?
It looks like a knife.
And
Some
on the bottom
tools.
left, do you see what that might be?
Looks like a saw.
Okay, and then do you know what a Dremel is?
Yes.
What's a Dremel?
Tool to drill out certain things.
Okay. And Judge, again, we'll unpublish this. And then we'll publish, Judge. Okay, now, in this particular picture, would you agree we're looking at some other tools as well?
Correct.
And then in the middle there is a tarp. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And then we're looking here at, there was a bucket found. Correct? You see that?
I do.
Various gloves.
Correct.
And these were pictures of taken by law enforcement. Do you recall that?
I do.
Other than the bucket and the gloves, do you see anything of significance that might be in this picture relevant to this case?
No.
Okay. And again, this picture taken by law enforcement, what does that appear to be?
Tarp.
Okay. Do you have an independent recollection of how many tarps were found in Alex Cox's garage?
I don't know.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there were several?
I don't know how many were found in the
Okay.
garage.
More than a couple though, right?
Sir, I don't know how many were found in the garage.
Okay. And Judge, if I could just have a moment. Oops. Judge, it might be easier if I could use the Elmo as opposed to trying to, for some reason, I can't get this picture to come up. With the court's permission, could I use the Elmo?
You may.
And again, do you recall or recognize this picture as well?
I do.
Okay. And various chemicals. Do you see anything that resembles anything like cement in there?
Not that I can see.
Okay. What do you see here?
Plastic tub with black plastic.
Plastic and white plastic as well
Um,
in the upper
yeah,
left.
it looks like white plastic.
And again, these are items that were found in Lori Vallow's garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then what do you see here?
Appears to be bolt cutters.
Okay. And then I'm looking down at the bottom of this picture and it's on a green bag. Can you make out the green writing that's on that bag?
Looks, I can see maybe a CRETE, so I'd assume some type of concrete.
Okay. And various other chemicals within this picture as well. And these were found within Alex Cox's.
Objection, counsel's testifying about chemicals. Move to strike.
Abstain.
Do you see any other buckets of any various sorts?
I see buckets. I don't know if they're full or empty.
Okay, several buckets in the previous pictures as well. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, I'm done with the Elmo. Thank you for the consideration.
All right.
And in addition, I'll wait for you, officer.
Oh, you can go continue.
In addition, there were numerous guns and ammunition as well found in there, correct?
Correct.
And those were all identified as belonging to Alex Cox?
That's who we assume they belong to, is Alex, yes.
And a significant number of knives, weapons, guns that were found in that garage. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
Did you happen to determine when and where all of those knives and guns had been purchased?
I personally did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
I assume they did.
Okay, but you don't know.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. So we have no determination as to when these purchases may have taken place. They could have taken place in Arizona, correct?
They could have, yes.
They could have taken place here as well, correct?
Correct.
And if they took place here, you folks had access, at least one of your witnesses had access to Sportsman's Warehouse, so they might have been able to confirm that, right?
That's correct.
Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wood, redirect.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, then that will conclude the testimony of this witness, Detective Hermosillo. Yeah, state's indicated their
I'm so sorry.
policy right now with law enforcement, but is he going to remain under subpoena for purposes of the exclusionary order?
Your Honor, the state would be releasing Mr. Detective Hermosillo from a subpoena.
All right, and Mr. Pryor from the defense?
And Judge Officer Hermosillo was under subpoena from my office, and I'm releasing him from calling him back in this particular case. We accommodated that with the state allowing me to go into things beyond direct to allow us to have Officer Hermosillo not have to come back.
Okay, well, Officer Hermosillo, sounds like your part in this trial as a witness is concluded, so the exclusionary order would no longer apply. You could watch the trial if you wanted to. It's up to you. Thank you for your testimony. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Investigator Edwards.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Yes.
Okay, let me scroll back to see what was being said because I was dealing with dog issues. Okay. So while I had stepped away, we had a bunch of photos that were shown. A tarp. Prior asks Hermosillo if he remembers how many tarps were found in Alex's garage. Hermosillo doesn't remember. Prior asks if it would be fair to say there were several. Hermosillo says he doesn't know, and they're on their way back.
All right, before we begin with the testimony of the witness, there is a brief issue we're going to take up outside the presence of the jurors, and this will be quick. So if we could have the jurors just please stand up and line up in the hall. And then once we've gone through this issue briefly, we'll have the jurors brought right back in. So please rise for the jury.
All rise, please.
Okay, another photo shows a bunch of items in the garage, various chemicals, buckets, etc. Prior asks if Hermosillo CO can see anything that resembles cement. Hermosillo says no, not that he can tell. Another photo shows lots of black and white plastic in a clear tub. The next picture shows a pair of bolt cutters. The next image appears to show a bag of concrete and several buckets.
All right, please be seated. Investigator Edwards is on the stand, has been placed under oath. The court has an exclusionary order as it relates to viewing or watching any evidence or otherwise hearing anything about the trial. An issue was potentially raised on this matter. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, and the court will also conduct an inquiry if necessary about that issue with Investigator Edwards.
Investigator Edwards, did you happen to hear over the radio a portion of someone else's testimony?
Yes,
Was it information that you yourself had already personally reviewed in the case?
yes,
And specifically, did it deal with the James and Elena story?
it did.
Had you read that yourself as part of the investigation?
Yes.
In any way, did the piece that you heard affect or influence your testimony?
No,
Did it have any impact on what you testified to today?
no.
Thank you. I don't have any additional inquiries on that.
All right, from the defense, any inquiry, Mr. Pryor?
As far as I'm concerned, there's no issue here. This was an inadvertent hearing of some information. I don't find any objection that I could even realistically make to suggest that there's been any influence whatsoever here.
Okay, well, based on Ms. Blake's line of questioning and without any objection, the court likewise finds there's nothing that was any intentional or material violation of the exclusionary order that would affect the ability of the witness to testify. So thank you for your candor to the court, prosecution, as well as the witness. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in, and you can commence with your direct. So if everybody please rise again for the jurors.
Okay, so while I stepped away, they dismissed Hermosillo and went through a bunch of stuff, which was about cement in a bucket. I need to read that separately. So now they're calling in the next witness. Hey, Bodie, good to see you.
Your Honor, the jury is present.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the witness has been placed under oath. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to commence with direct, you may.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Nicholas Edwards, Nicholas, Edwards, Edwards.
Where are you currently employed?
So I'm employed with the Idaho Office of the Attorney General.
How long have you been employed with them?
Been there 5 years.
What is your current title or position?
So my current position is the Idaho ICAC Task Force Commander. I'm the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force Commander.
Have you held additional positions since you've been with the Attorney General's office?
I have.
What are the other positions?
I was the lead over the Special Investigations Unit, as well as the investigator there at one point as well.
Prior to working with the Attorney General's office, did you have any other work in law enforcement?
I did. I was employed with the Pocatello Police Department on the east side of the state for about 15 years.
And what positions did you hold within the Pocatello Police Department?
Number of positions. I was in patrol. I also was a school resource officer at one point. I was also an active member of their special weapons and tactics team. I was a sniper team leader, honor guard, a couple of others, field training officer, a number of normal law enforcement positions in that city.
And in order to be a law enforcement officer, do you have any additional training?
I do. Yeah, I've got, I'm also an active member of the Idaho Army National Guard. I've had that's not necessarily for the, are you asking for law enforcement specifically?
With regard to law enforcement, do you have additional training or certificates?
Yeah, I hold a number of post certificates, basic, intermediate, advanced, mastery. Also an instructor in topics, law enforcement topics, to teach other police officers on a number of topics to include sniper observer tactics, SWAT tactics, and others.
And then you mentioned you also are a member of the National Guard.
I am. So I'm a member of the Idaho Army National Guard. The Idaho Army National Guard. I've been in the militaries for 24 years now and currently possess the rank of Command Sergeant Major at the Idaho Training Center here in Boise.
Do you have any degrees?
I do formal education. I have an associate's degree in law enforcement, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I have a master's degree in strategic leadership.
And you talked about some positions you held in Pocatello involving SWAT and sniper training. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, I was part of the sniper observer team for a lot of years. Trained with the team regularly. Also instructed many other students on precision rifle courses.
And then in your work on the SWAT team and or the sniper program, did you familiarize yourself with various types of weapons?
I did.
And particularly, did you work closely with rifles?
I did.
Did that include assault rifles?
Yes.
Do you also have experience with them being in the National Guard?
I do.
Have you ever used paintball guns?
Yes, I have.
And in what capacity have you used paintball guns?
I've used them personally for recreation, but I've also trained with them. They're often a training tool for law enforcement and military personnel.
And you indicated that your previous position with the Attorney General's office was part of the special investigations.
I am. Yeah, it was.
Do you recall being contacted or your office being contacted by Fremont County?
Yes,
And would that have been approximately April of 2020?
correct.
Did you become involved in an investigation at Fremont County's request at that time?
I did.
What was that investigation?
So it was we got a request to assist in what was considered a joint investigation between a number of agencies into the death of 4 individuals, Tammy Daybell, JJ and Tylee, and then Charles Vallows.
Is it fair to say that a large focus of your investigation was into circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Did you also assist in the investigations regarding the missing children?
yes,
At some point, did you assist in the investigation involving the homicide of the children?
yes,
Would it be fair to say that when you became involved, it was a joint investigation?
it was.
And do you recall some of the other agencies involved?
The Fremont County Sheriff's Office, Rexburg Police Department, FBI, Chandler Police Department, a number of others.
And through your investigation, did you conduct interviews?
I did.
Did you review various phone data?
Yes,
Did you review other documents?
yes,
Did you discuss the case with other investigators as you were going through?
yes,
And in preparation of your testimony today, did you create an exhibit?
I have.
Do you believe that this exhibit would assist you in testifying today?
It would.
Do you believe it would assist the jurors in understanding the evidence and testimony we'll be talking about?
It will.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 398. I have a copy for counsel and I have a copy that has been initialed. And I do have a courtesy copy for Your Honor as well.
All right, and I believe I've already got my courtesy copy.
Uh,
printed.
I provided a printout, and so I have the actual jump drive.
Very well, thank you, ma'am.
And if the witness may be shown the one with the initials.
Yes,
Yep, that's me.
And Investigator Edwards, do you recognize that jump drive?
I do.
Are those in fact your initials on it?
They are.
And Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibit 398.
any objection?
In its present form, Judge, no.
Very well, Exhibit 398 is admitted, incorporating the court's previous ruling on a motion in limine. Ms. Blake, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state would request permission to publish.
You may.
And Investigator Edwards, were you the lead investigator into the Tammy Daybell case for the Attorney General's office?
I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what we are seeing on this slide?
So this is a timeline that I created when I came into this particular case. I came in late. We were April of 2020. And so in an effort to better understand the timeline and all of the information, I put it into a timeline chronologically to better understand what I needed to do. So this particular timeline starts in 2018 when Chad and Lori meet for the first time, and goes through June 9th, 2020, when Tylee and JJ are found on the Daybell property, with specific kind of highlighted areas throughout what I consider kind of major events, looking at the timeline.
And with that first event in October of 2018, why was that the starting point on this timeline for you?
I believe that's when this case really starts. I think that was the first recognizable event.
And that was when Chad and Lori met for the first time?
Correct.
And when we look at this slide, can you talk to us a little bit about these particular events?
So on October 26th, 2018, St. George, Utah, Chad and Lori meet for the first time. A few days later, on October 30th, 2018, we know that Chad does some Google searches and searches those particular things: Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow, and Lori Vallow photos. And at this time, Lori is actually living in Mesa, Arizona at the time. I think if you click one more, it'll show a yellow line. And so the slides that follow, and this one included, I have a yellow box or a yellow line that will kind of track along the timeline to show exactly where this went, where this took place.
And at the time Chad and Lori meet and these searches are conducted, do you know if Charles Vallow was still alive?
He was still alive.
And what about Tammy Daybell?
Yes, absolutely.
And then can you talk to us a little bit about these events?
Yeah, so if you can click one more, maybe. There it is. So during this time frame that's highlighted in yellow, on November 16th through the 17th, we know that Chad traveled to Mesa, Arizona for a Preparing the People conference, and he stayed with Lori in her residence. And this is just, almost less than a month from the time he'd first met her.
Judge, I'm going to object, non-responsive.
Sustained.
On that November conference, how long had it been since Chad and Lori had first met?
Less than a month.
And it was your understanding Chad ended up staying at Lori's residence?
Yes.
And then that next date there, can you talk to us a little bit about that?
January 6th through the 10th, know that Chad travels back to Arizona.
And was it your understanding Lori was in Arizona at that time?
It is.
And then that next date on there.
February 8th, 2019, we know that divorce proceedings were initiated by Charles Vallow with Lori.
At any point through the investigation, did you find any indication that Chad Daybell was planning on or looking into divorcing Tammy Daybell?
No,
And can you talk to us about this particular event?
so again, we're moving kind of down that timeline. March 19th to the 21st, 2019, Chad travels to Arizona with plane tickets that had been purchased by Lori.
And again, during this time, was Charles Vallow still alive?
He was,
And was Tammy Daybell still alive?
she was.
Can we talk about the first date here?
Can. April 2nd through the 4th, Lori travels to Idaho Falls.
And-
Shortly, you may click that a couple of times. There we go. May 5th through the 7th, both Chad and Lori separately are conducting internet searches for malachite rings.
Do you know what type of rings? Well, let me back up. Do you know if Chad and Lori were ultimately married?
I do. And they were,
they?
yes,
Do you know what type of rings they exchanged?
malachite rings.
And then this last date here?
So on June 29th, Charles actually sent Tammy an email regarding her ongoing relationship with their spouses and actually requested contact from Charles. And the email, in quotes there, says, "Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband." Yes, ma'am, I apologize. Where do you want me to start? Tammy? All right. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done. I feel it's best if I shed some light on the issue. Charles also sent Chad an email and confronted him regarding the relationship as well.
In relation to this email, through the investigation, were you able to determine if Tammy ever saw the email?
I was not.
And do you know when Charles Vallow was killed?
So he was killed less than 2 weeks after this email on July 11th, 2019.
And on this particular slide, can we talk about the first date?
Yep, on July 2nd, prior to Charles Vallow's death, Charles told Lori he was going to go to Idaho Falls to meet with Tammy. And Lori's text to Charles stated, quote, "She won't see you. She is my friend. She won't listen to you. Go ahead, you are ridiculous."
Through the investigation, was there any indication that Charles Vallow actually traveled to Idaho?
No,
And then what happened 9 days later?
Charles Vallow was shot and killed by Lori's brother, Alex, in Arizona.
And can you, starting first with the July 13th, 2019, can
Yeah.
you indicate who the message is being sent from and to, and read that message into the record?
I can. So this slide in blue is Chad and in pink is Lori. So the first one is July 13th, 2019. Chad sends a text message to Lori and says, "I'm heading to bed so that I can come snuggle tightly against you. I adore you. You are truly my best friend on earth and throughout eternity. See you in a minute."
And again, this is just 2 days after Charles Vallow is shot and killed.
Correct.
And then if you move to July 14th, if you would also read those messages into the record.
Okay, I'll start on the left, July 14th, 2019. Chad states, I need so badly to just gently kiss you for hours. And then the time is 8:33 p.m. Chad again, it would likely lead to other activities. Time is 8:34. Lori replies, likely or lucky at 8:34. Chad replies, it would luckily lead to nakedness at 8:35. Shift to the other side.
Yes, please.
Okay. July 14th, 2019. I know that Chad has written a romantic sexual story called James and Elena and sent it to Lori. Chad sends a text. I love you, Elena, with heart emojis. We have an amazing love story, sent at 9:54. Chad again, heading to bed and then heading to Lily. Can't wait to talk in the morning. You are fabulous. Heart emoji, fire, kiss at 9:57. Chad again, definitely loving you throughout the night. Fire emoji at 2:32.
And there's a reference there to James and Elena. Through the investigation, were you able to determine who James was in reference to?
It was Chad.
And who was Elena in reference to?
Lori.
There's also a name in there, Lily. Did you learn who Lily referenced?
Also Lori.
And then if we move to the messages on July 15th, if you could read those into the record.
July 15th, 2019, Lori sends a text message at 11:43. Taking off to Vegas. Last ones on the plane, just making it. Wishing you were on the other side of this flight. Love you so much. And then 2 heart emojis. Chad replies, love you more. Keep me posted, my beloved angel, with a heart emoji.
And then looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so as we move, again, kind of moving down this timeline, at July 18th, 2019, a text message from Lori to Chad, where she states, quote, so I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS, believe to be Social Security, end of quote.
And were you able to determine who Ned was in reference to through the investigation?
Yeah, that next paragraph there, Ned is a name that Chad and Lori assigned using it in reference to Charles Vallows. Charles had a $1 million life insurance policy with Lori as the beneficiary, but changed the beneficiary to his sister, Kay Woodcock, approximately 4 months prior to his death.
And when you're reading that message, did it catch your attention?
It did.
And what about it caught your attention?
Clearly, this was something that was of importance to both of them, both Chad and Lori.
And then looking at the next slide here, are these additional messages that were recovered that were between Chad and Lori?
They are.
And starting with the July 18th, could you read those messages into the record?
I can. July 18th, 2019, Lori sends a text message. This is sweet. I miss you desperately. Heart emoji at 8:34. Chad replies, you are so adorable, beautiful, wonderful, heavenly, luscious, and angelic. So many divine attributes rolled into one dynamic, desirable package. I want you even more desperately than you want me. 2 kiss emojis.
And then the next one's on July 22nd. Can you also read those in?
I can. Chad sends a text message at 2:45 p.m. Love you. Going with Garth in an hour to see the other side of heaven too. Missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you. Heart emoji, heart emoji. Lori replies, you will love it, with a heart emoji. Chad replies, not as much as I love you, with a heart emoji. Lori replies, I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. Looks a lot like Kauai, a lot. Looks like Kauai a lot, with 2 beach emojis, I imagine those are. Chad replies with a smiley face. Lori replies, hopefully we will be there someday soon together. Chad replies, that is the plan. with a fire emoji. Lori states, and my greatest desire.
Was there something about these particular messages that caught your attention?
That second to last one where Chad states, that is the plan.
We talked before that Chad and Lori were married. Do you know where they ended up getting married?
In Hawaii,
And do you know when they were married, if Tylee and JJ were present?
they were not.
And then looking at this next slide, can you talk to us about that July 26th message?
Can. So this is a text message that Chad sent to Lori. That's a screenshot of what was extracted. It says from Bubby, to be Chad. Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs. Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming, with two heart emoji, or rather two fire emojis.
And when this message is sent, again, was Tammy still alive?
She was.
And then was there anything else in relation to that message that stood out to you?
And the top one.
Yes.
The permanent freedom is coming is, again, like the previous one already talked about, the plan, permanent freedom stood out to me for sure.
And at that point, was Charles Vallow still alive?
Oh,
And then if we can move down to that July 30th, can you read that text?
I can. July 30th, 2019, Chad again sends Lori a text message. It says, yes, quote, yes, we might need to release a little steam when we talk. Anyway, this is the chart that checks what percentages mortals are still in their body. It worked for my friend's wife who died, my neighbor, George Bush, Stanley Lee, etc. I kind of forgot about it because we've been dealing with zombies and demonic entities. But this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Goes on to say, quote, I got the inspiration to go back to my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It's encouraging.
Through the investigation, did you determine who Hiplos or Iplos would have been referencing?
I don't remember that.
And in this, did you notice whose death percentages are being referenced?
Yes, Tammy's.
And can you talk to us a little bit about what we're seeing on this next slide?
So August of 2019, we know that Chad again traveled to Arizona where he stayed with Lori. And on August 14th, 2019, Lori actually takes a screenshot of two wedding bands that she purchased from Serenity Rings. Same type.
And again, at this time, Tammy Daybell is still alive.
She is.
And on this next slide, can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here?
So this is also text message content on the far right between Lori, Zulema, Chad. On September 15th, 2019, Zulema travels to Rexburg under the Lori and Chad's direction. Zulema then assisted Chad in getting out of the house so that Lori and Chad could meet. And that's evident in the text message. The top one is a text message that's actually from Chad that is sent to Zulema from Lori, if that makes sense. But from Chad, he says to Lori, please have Zulema send a message to me that she's in Rigby and wanted to see if I could come listen to her talk tonight about her trip to Chile. Lori then sends a message again to Zulema. He wants you to send a text so he can come talk to us tonight. Zulema then sends a text message complying with Chad's request to Chad. Hello, Chad. I'm in Rigby. I want to see if you would come listen to me talk about my trip to Chile. Chad replies to Zulema, tonight? ? Zulema replies to Chad, yes, tonight. Chad to Zulema, I can be there at 7:30. Thanks. And then Zulema to Chad, awesome. See you then.
And then there's another note there regarding September 16th. What did you learn regarding September 16th?
That on September 16th, 2019, Chad, Lori, Alex, and Zulema traveled to Mesa Falls and Island Park together.
And then looking at this next slide, can you talk to us a little bit about these messages?
So on October 3rd, 2019, there's a text message from Chad to Lori at 21:31 hours, which is 9:30 p.m. Good night, Angel Lily. So excited to go on our date. Fire emoji. October 4th, 2019, text from Chad to Lori at 04:20, which is 4 o'clock in the morning. Dreaming of caressing you in bed. I adore you and Osholo you. Heart emoji and a fire emoji.
And were these copied over as found?
They were.
Do you believe that that message contained a typo?
I do.
And which word do you believe is not accurate?
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Through the investigation, did you ever learn of any kind of a meaning?
No.
And then on that final note there, can you tell us what that's about?
October 4th through the 5th, Chad urges Tammy to go visit her family in Springfield, Utah.
Through the investigation, did you learn if Tammy actually made that trip?
She did.
And can you now talk to us about the texts that we're seeing on this slide?
So during these texts, we do know that Tammy has made it down to Utah during this time, during these text messages. So the first one, text from Chad to Lori at 8:45 in the morning. Thank you for sending me that paragraph, beautiful Lily. I'm eager to see you soon. Trying to hasten her departure. I love you endlessly, with a kiss, heart, and fire emoji. Same day, Chad to Lori at 10:24 in the morning. Again, Tammy is still in Utah. It is dragging on here, but I should be to your house around 11:15. I want to talk to you first, of course. So maybe tell her I can talk from 2:15 to 1. And then a follow-up text from Lori to Alex, her brother, at 4:29 in the afternoon. Again, Tammy's still in Utah. Quote, we are supposed to go on a real date tonight, but we are discussing it. Perhaps an evening at home would be better so we are not out and about. I'll let you know. But you could come and sing with us after your shower. Heart emoji. The last one, October 5th, 2019. Again, Tammy is still in Utah. There are 3 deleted messages on the Lori Vallow iCloud account from Chad. And those are going to be shown on the next slide.
And in relation to when Tammy was in Utah, do you know where Lori was living at that time?
At that time, she had actually moved up to Rexburg.
And do you know where Chad was during that time period?
Rexburg.
And if we move to this next slide, can you read these messages as well?
These text messages were sent to Lori Vallow from Chad Daybell just days before the attempted shooting that we get into in the next slide, I believe. First one, hello, sweet
Judge,
angel.
could I have some foundation as to the date these text messages supposedly took place?
I think the witness just indicated that, Your Honor.
It's overruled.
The, also, if we move that message just barely up, the date is timestamped on them. You'd have to go.
That skipped.
You'd probably have to exit this particular.
Can you see the,
I can see the text. Yeah. They're going to be right around the same date at the bottom. So the first one,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's no indication of who sent these messages to who. In fact, the notation says unknown.
and
Response.
Your Honor, I think if you look over to the right-hand screen, there's an indication on the slide of who the text messages went to and from.
Okay,
And Judge, could I voir dire in aid of objection?
well, in lieu of that, the exhibit's been admitted. I think that's appropriate for cross. There is an indication, so I'll overrule the objection at this time. Ms. Blake, this is a lengthy enough exhibit. I think we are going to need to break for lunch before we get through it, and we're right at noon. Is there a time you think that's more appropriate to stop than now?
I had intended to just get through this slide and then stop, but if the court would prefer we stop now, we can absolutely do that.
Let's go ahead and go through the slide. That's fine. Thank you.
If you can read these into the record.
I can. First text message, hello, sweet angel. Big news about Tammy. Please let me know if you are awake and can talk. I love you. And then 2 emojis. Shortly after, the short version is that she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. It happened about 10 p.m. and was done by Tammy's sister, Sam, who I always knew was 3D, but it turns out she's multiple creation. Next, quote, Viola has been attached for about a year to my niece, Danica, who is Sam's 12-year-old daughter. I have connected with Tammy in limbo, and she is very frustrated and upset. She wants Viola removed as soon as possible. Viola seemed to be similar to Penelope. The personality differences from Tammy should be evident quickly. Please seek a confirmation on this, but I have checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time. Next quote. Sam is much like Brandon. She has been my biggest enemy over the years. She refuses to read my books and threw the biggest fit when we moved to Idaho. She has only visited us when the kids got married and always fled Idaho within hours, like she was being burned. She's definitely comparable to Brandon and Summer. The last text, not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait.
And Your Honor, if we would like to break for lunch now.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We'll take our lunch recess at this time. Come back on the record if we can at 1 o'clock, please.
All rise, please.
Oh my goodness. We were just getting into the wait. I want to hear I got to go back and read that because who was it that was this? Hold on one second. I want to see who he was talking about and make sure that I finished up all these tweets. I think I did. Let me see. What did I end up with? It was October 5th. But you could come see. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. I can't figure out where it stopped. Let me look at, like I said, I can't follow Twitter. Okay, so it's not updating. Hold on. Erg. Uh-oh, hold on.
Please call support.
Am I back? Okay, I'm fine. Hold on a second. Let me go back to where I was so we can at least have this up. I gotta figure out where I was. Okay. Don't worry about whatever that was. Did y'all hear something? Did it scare you? Did something happen and then y'all see something happen while that happened? Am I okay? There. Something came up, popped up. It was something that I clicked on or something or other when I was trying to look at the East Idaho News website. So it was attempting to get me to click something that I didn't want to click, trying to fake me out, thinking that I got hacked. One of those dumb things. I didn't, because if you ever hear that, just shut down the browser. Okay. Oh, thank you, Wendy. Oh, thank you. Sorry about the oopsie exit. I had to shut down the browser. All right. So thank you so much, Wendy. All right. Maria says this was the first time I really heard a concrete information that Chad was plotting Tammy's demise. It was just wisp of it previously. Yes. I think I'm going to tell you, the prosecution has laid out this case magnificently. Your blouse, my blouse matches my background. The background colors, which you can't really see on camera, are actually the colors, but in light form to my colors that I chose for my brand. All the thumbnails that are like really dark color or whatever it is, this here, I'll show you. But where'd it go? Yeah. That color. It's supposed to look like that. That's what I was going for with the colors behind me. That background. Ooh. So But that I do agree. That's why I wanted to go back through, and I wanted to actually, I'm going to try and see if I can do that again. I clicked on went to first or East Idaho News to get the thing, and something popped up and my computer didn't like it. Well, actually, it was something that I accidentally clicked on. I'm not blaming the website. Most websites who carry ads don't they're not responsible for what other people put in, and this one had a thing that's supposed to scare you into thinking you just got hacked. So it didn't. I just had to shut it down real quick. Anyway, back to where I was going. Okay, so I got the update. I'm going to go ahead and read all of the stuff that he just read, even though it's but I'm going to go start back from the beginning of this and go over it from where when they start talking. All right. So first off, we remember that he was supposed to, is it the same? Okay. So they had to do a quick motion because he'd heard some testimony and they needed to make sure that it was okay, that it didn't interfere with his ability to continue doing his duty, his job, that kind of thing. And they worked their way through it and everybody was satisfied with that. So so then the jurors were brought in. This was after the morning break. No, this is that was Hermosillo. Let me get to brought in. Hermosillo returns to the stand. Cross-examination. We went through that. We want to get to Edwards. Edwards is the one. Let me find him. No, wait. Yeah, get through that. Okay. So then so next witness is Nicholas Edwards, this guy. They had an issue, had to be taken care of. Edwards apparently heard portions of the James and Elena story on the radio. He was aware of the substance and heard nothing new. He says it won't affect his ability to testify. So Pryor didn't object to the witness, and then he's fine to testify. So then, okay, so this witness is, the poor guy has to read the stuff like the other one who had to read about the storm. I feel bad for these witnesses that have to read this stuff. Anyway, Edwards worked, he was a SWAT dude, sniper training in Pocatello. Blake did the questioning. He says something about he worked closely with rifles, including assault rifles. But he was mostly here to talk about the stuff we just heard. In April 2020, Edwards and his office received a request to assist Fremont County and multiple agencies in investigating the deaths of JJ, Tylee, Tammy, and Charles Vallow. A large part of Edwards' investigation was focused on Tammy Daybell's death. And the reason I'm reading this is because this is like Maria said, this is the first time that we've heard it this in depth. And I think that this is just the way the prosecution is moving the case. They went from a light witness, like with the coroner, the first one, it was a small witness that wasn't great. It was, easily picked apart by Pryor, in my opinion. And then as the other examiners came in and testified, they added more and more and really were able to speak against what Pryor was trying to do, and that was put the reasonable doubt out there for the jury to see, especially the last examiner. She was fabulous. She knocked every time he tried to put something out there. She had the answer for it. She said it in such a way that Pryor would open the door, she'd walk through it. And I'm going to tell you, I got that from Nate, and Nate is absolutely correct. Of course he is. But I mean, I saw, it's like, it was awesome to see. And this is more of that testimony where they started small and started putting, getting the jury ready to hear it, so that as they're listening to this testimony ramp up, they can then go, I remember hearing that. We heard about that. Oh, this is more. You know what I mean? So it's laying it out so the jury can feel it and realize it and link it together with the testimony that's already taken place, in my opinion. So Edwards conducted interviews and reviewed phone data. Blake moves to admit a PowerPoint exhibit showing Edwards' findings. The first slide shows a timeline of events created by Edwards. You could actually see, I'm scared to click on anything. Here, we could click over. The timeline is actually linked right here that I'm reading here. Let me put this up on the screen. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. We'll get it up there so you guys can read it too. Wait, oh, I keep forgetting. I don't have to do that. This should be good. Let me get it bigger so y'all can see it instead of me. And we're good. All right. All right. So, here's the first slide. You can see extensive timeline we created on this site right there. It's the one that I keep bringing up to remember the dates. Edward's timeline begins when Chad and Lori meet in October 26, 2018. This is 2 years for Chad to be prepping everyone for the demise of his wife. In my opinion, oh wait, let me put my banner up. Takes me a minute. There we go. All right. Back to it. So when they first met in October 2018 in St. George, Chad's Google account searched for Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow, and Lori Vallow photos. On October 30th, 2018, Lori lived in Mesa at the time. On November 16th through the 17th, 2018, Chad traveled to Mesa and stayed at Lori's home for a Preparing a People conference. Chad traveled back to Arizona on January 6th through 10th, 2019. I have to get what is someone put in the chat real quick. Tammy's the day Tammy died. Again, I'm sorry, I cannot. Is it October 19th? Oh, but if I'll grab that and I'll see it in there. So divorce proceedings between Charles and Lori started February 8th, 2019. Edwards never found any indication that Chad was planning to divorce Tammy. I don't think he ever was. He never planned to, ever. Because like I've said before, that would have messed up his exaltation, thinking he was going to get exalted from the church, but he didn't. And so he exalted himself, in my opinion, allegedly. From March 19th, to the 21st, 2019, Chad traveled to Arizona with plane tickets that had been purchased by Lori. Charles and Tammy were still alive at this time. I think we're going to get to the date. On April 2nd to the 4th, 2019, Lori traveled to Idaho Falls from May 5th to the 7th, and Chad and Lori conducted separate internet searches for malachite rings. On June 29th, 2019, Charles sent Tammy an email regarding the ongoing relationship between their spouses and requests contact. Charles also sent Chad an email confronting him regarding the affair. I personally just don't feel that Tammy ever saw that email. I think it was intercepted. I do. I think it was. I think him working or doing all this stuff wouldn't surprise me if he had access to her account and got to it before before she was able to. Just my opinion. Charles was killed less than 2 weeks after the email. This is why I think that. On July 11th, 2019, July 2nd, Charles told Lori he was going to Idaho Falls to meet with Tammy. Lori texted Charles, "She won't see you. She is my friend. She won't listen to you. Go ahead. You are ridiculous." There is no indication that Charles ever traveled to Idaho to meet Tammy. Edwards reads some text messages between Chad and Lori from July 13th, 14th, and 15th. Chad says he's going to bed to, quote, snuggle tightly with you. Another message, quote, "I need so badly to just gently kiss you for hours." Another message, quote, "It would likely lead to other activities." Then Lori's reply, "Likely or luckily?" Chad replies, quote, "It would luckily lead to nakedness." There are more romantic messages with lots of fire and heart emojis. I'm normally the queen of emojis. I will say, I can't do them as often as I do because I use an iPad a lot, but I do emojis a lot. I used to do them way more than I should. It's embarrassing. Lori sends a message on July 15th saying she's taking off from Vegas and wishing Chad was on the other side of the flight. On July 18th, Lori texts Chad about Charles changing his life insurance policy beneficiary to Kay Woodcock. She says it was probably Ned, quote, "before we got rid of him." That, to me, is a key. But who's the we? Is it she and Chad? Is it she and Alex? Is it she, Chad, and Alex? Ned was the evil spirit inside Charles. Chad and Lori said. Edwards reads more messages from July 18th and 22nd. Blake asks Edwards where Chad and Lori were married. In Hawaii. She asks if Tylee and Jay were present. They were not. The next slide shows a text from Chad to Lori on July 26th. It's the Harry Potter text. Quote, "Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs." I have a feeling that when he said Dudleys, he grimaced when he said that. And Dudley's is Tammy and the family. And I'm sure, okay. Every few weeks, I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming. Edwards reads a text Chad sent to Lori on July 30th. He says they might need to release a little steam when they talk. He talks about a chart used to determine the light and dark percentages of people. Yeah, so Lindsey said death percentage. I don't think she meant that. I think she meant the dark percentage. She asked about the death percentage of Tammy. He wrote that Tammy was feeling lightheaded as if her body and spirit were being separated. In August 2019, Chad traveled to Arizona to stay with Lori. On August 14th, 2019, so wait a second. When did he say she started feeling lightheaded? I wonder what was happening to make her feel lightheaded. Was something being added to her? Was something being done? Just a thought. In August 2019, Chad traveled to Arizona to stay with Lori. On August 14th, 2019, Lori took a screenshot of 2 malachite wedding rings. We now see a slide that shows Zulema traveled to Rexburg on September 15th, 2019. Chad texted Lori, please have Zulema send a message to me that she's in Rigby and wanted to see if I could come listen to her talk tonight about her trip to Chile. Lori sends the message to Zulema. Zulema sends a message to Chad asking if he can come hear her speak. She does. Asking if he can come hear her speak. She does. On October 3rd, 2019, Chad texts Lori, good night, Angel Lily. So excited to go on our date. Chad texts her the next morning, quote, dreaming of caressing you in bed. I adore you and Escolo you. Escolo you. Huh, okay. On October 4th and 5th, Chad urges Tammy to go visit her family in Springville. I want to know what that is. What the heck? Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a typo. We'll see. Oh, no. Never mind. The thing I tried to do had it as a bad word. Never mind. Okay. Chad urges Tammy to go visit her family in Springville. Tammy makes it to Utah. On October 4th, Chad texts Lori that he is eager to see her soon and he's, quote, trying to hasten her departure. Oh, my goodness. He's trying to hasten her departure. Same day, Chad texts Lori, quote, it is dragging on here, but I should be to your house around 11:15. Now, the other one is a quote. So who's quoted there? Chad texts Lori that he's eager to see her and he's, quote, trying to hasten her departure. If that's a quote, the her is not Lori. It's what? Tammy? Let me look at the chat. Thoughts? Oh, thoughts on that. That's a text and it's a quote, hasten her departure. I think the lightheaded is part of him hastening her departure. If you're trying to link this stuff together. Whoa. I don't think he's talking about hastening Lori's departure on a plane or anything like that. Same day, Chad texts Lori, it is dragging on here, but I should be to your house around 11:15. I want to talk to you first, of course, so maybe tell her I can talk from 12:15 to 1. Lori texts Alex. Okay, so now we have a text. Lori texting Alex. Quote, we are supposed to go on a real date tonight, but we are discussing it. I assume he's talking about Zulema and him because they were only married 2 weeks before he passed away. Perhaps an evening at home would be better so we are not out and about. I'll let you know, but you could come and sing with us after your shower. There were 3 deleted messages on Lori's iCloud account from Chad on October 5th. The next screen shows several texts from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell before the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. The first message, hello, sweet angel. Big news about Tammy. The short version is that she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo. A level 3 demonic named Viola. Chad says Samantha, Tammy's sister, had the evil spirit along with her 12-year-old daughter. Chad says he has communicated with Tammy and Tammy is frustrated about it. Chad tells Lori to check and get confirmation. Chad says Samantha is much like Brandon, has been his biggest obstacle and never comes to see them in Idaho. And that's where they ended it in the lunch break. Woof. Holy crapola. Okay, let me see what y'all are saying. Oh, let me get me back on the bigger screen. Oh, no. Hold on one second. Oh, okay. So, let me get that down. Sorry. This is, okay, let me scroll back to where I was reading. I need to get, okay, so Toby went to do laundry. I'm that far scrolled back. This was the first time I really, now this is where I was. Sorry. Okay, starting from here. All right. And then my blouse matched my background. I practically am see-through. I'm so blinking white. I'm in the basement all the time, and so I'm white as a ghost. Okay, so see, this prosecution is actually good, and I'm a pro-defendant kind of gal. Yeah, same. I look at both sides. I will give a defense attorney the credit if they're due it, you know what I mean? If they did a really good job, I am absolutely. I've learned. I had a friend of mine taught me how to be more defense minded than prosecution minded all the time. So kind of trying to keep it open. But in this case, it is so freaking hard to stay on the fence. I am not on the fence on this one. Just like the Darrell Brooks trial, I'm sorry, I was not on a fence on that one either. So let me see. Okay, so Dana says, I do feel prosecution is really connecting with jurors with testimony they are bringing in and linking to Chad. They're laying it out like stepping stones. They really are. They have it, the little stuff up front, get their feet wet, and they're bringing the jury along so that the jury remembers what they heard and saw prior, from the testimony, building up to the grand finale. And they're doing it's not disjointed. It's all connected. I feel that Pryor is very disjointed in how he asks questions, which is, I think, part of the reason why he testifies so much. He's not laying it out. He's jumping around in the points because I think that's how his brain works. It's a jumper arounder. So let me go back to where to go. I'm gonna swap that out just in case something happens with that again and gets me thinking that somebody tried to hack me. And Maria says, I also think it was intercepted by Chad. The Tammy thing. And I feel like, yes, I feel like he was definitely keeping an eye on her stuff. He probably had access at the house, even though it was her work email. I mean, if you're in a job, I'm sure that you have access to your work email at home too. So I'm just surmising in my opinioning. So I kind of think that he had access to her work address and was able to get in there. I think there may have been some implementation of access to Tammy's email when he was trying to address her school life insurance. Ooh. Oh, good Lord. Okay. I bet he's, I'm sorry if my reactions sometimes are like, oh, I'm sure they're good for the best memes or the worst memes, the embarrassing memes. I'm very facial expression-y. I do a lot of this stuff. Today was the first day I've suspected Chad more than Lori was plotting the big M. That I think that's the plan with prosecution. I think they've had 4 years to lay this out. They started it in Lori's. Now I kind of want to go back and listen to Lori's and see the difference between this prosecution, which I don't believe was the exact prosecution team for Lori's. I forget who. I don't forget. I don't even know. Because I didn't follow that one because there was no video and it was sound only. And I'm a visual person. Let's see. And then we're down here at the bottom. So it's impossible to be on the fence about Brooks. It was, yeah. I mean, box fort. That's all I got to say. Box fort. So, anywho, that's kind of where we sit with this. Is I see that they are starting to link Chad and Lori. I always feel like we know that Alex is the fall guy. I think he carried out everything, but it's the master manipulator is Chad. And I think that we can pretty much all agree that that's why the prosecution is laying it out this way. We do, and then Pryor's got to try to poke holes in that, but they have it set up in such a way with the best witnesses in their placement of their testimony that it makes it very difficult, in my opinion, for Pryor to do that. And I think that might be why Pryor is so disjointed in his cross-examination. Also, he just likes to testify. Candy says, I was thinking to do that same thing, Addi, to listen to her trial. Yeah, that'd be interesting to go back and see, just kind of hear some of the, see how much more they brought out in this one than they had in that one. So Rocky Wixom. Sorry, that's a confusing one because I have a dog named Roxy, but I call her Rocky. So every time I see Rocky, I keep in my mind switching it to Roxy. So, but yeah, Wixom he was on that case. Okay. And Lindsey Blake is excellent with her questioning. Excellent skills. She a couple times gets frustrated, and I think it's understandable that she's frustrated with Pryor, and then sometimes she'll forget to wait for the ruling before she says, may I respond? That kind of thing. So she'll throw it out there really quick. And then he'll say, wait a second, let me rule first, and then you can do it. Then you can respond or whatever. So, but I do like that the judge tries to keep it orderly and not everyone, throwing stuff out there and getting all emotional and stuff and whatever. And that he'll tell Pryor, you need to stop testifying. You need to stop doing this and yada, yada. So, but that's where we sit with this. But I don't know. I just thought I thought there were several points in there that were very telling. And I hope that those points are explained when he comes back. So anywho, we have the rest. We have what? We got about 20 minutes. Let me see. I got to open up Twitter and see what we got left. Okay, so they're 33 minutes into the 1 hour lunch break. So we got half-ish an hour. Or 20 minutes or whatever he gave. And Stephanie says, I was wrong. It was Lindsey Blake and Rob Wood were the same in both. Okay. Okay, so Wixom is new to this case. Okay, so Wixom is new. You know why I just said Nixon? Because I dyslexia that name that you have typed in there. I said it backwards. So, okay, so Lindsey Blake and Rob Wood. Okay. Was Pryor the defense attorney in that one? No. No, he's not Lori's too, is he? I don't know. I never looked. I was so irritated by Lori that I was like, I don't know if I can get through this one. Even though you didn't see anything on top of not being able to see anything, I was like, I'm so irritated with this woman. Every time she was in court, all she did was smile and look and was in La La Land or Lolly Land. So no, he was not her attorney. Oh wait, she had that attorney that wasn't. He was new, right? He was new to this kind of stuff. Let me look here. I'll look real quick. I don't have to. Oh. So Lori Vallow's attorney was. I can already see his face. Come on, tell me what his name. New attorney has filed. Y'all gonna get it in there before I get a chance to even find it. Well, who was it? So, was he? Lori Daybell has 2 court-appointed attorneys. Jim Archibald. It has been a public defender for over 30 years. John Thomas. So Archibald and Thomas. There you go. Yeah. So, all right. Now the name does sound familiar, yes. I was never really able to focus on any one trial over the past 7 years since my job was working with up to 7 trials at once. So, trial stuff didn't sink in like it's doing, like I'm able to now with just one. So, all right. So we can look at stuff if you want to look at prior testimony, because I'm running out of things to say. Let me see. I'm looking to see what we might want to play from yesterday. So yesterday was all right. It was all right. I don't think I want to go back through the Marsden testimony. And I think that Wright was a lot of the, I guess, yeah, we could do that. We could put Ricky on after lunch. I mean, I can do that. I'll put Ricky on. And then we'll listen to him while we wait. He was the FBI contractor, special dude. And oh wait, here it is. All right, got that. And then we'll,
The state will call Investigator Ricky Wright.
okay.
Judge, that looks like Officer Hermosillo.
That's what I
to
was
me.
thinking.
That's who I think it is,
Oh, this is when they accidentally brought in the.
unless Officer Wright is muscled up a little bit.
I didn't. That's cute.
They may have gotten a little confused. So if we may have just a moment.
Yes.
He's muscled up a little. I love the way he walks in. They're like, whoa. All right, enjoy. I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat some foods, some lunchtime and stuff, and I'll be back in a bit.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, I'll note now the witness has been sworn. Before we begin with direct, I want to inquire, Officer Wright, have you watched or viewed in any way any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No, I have not.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given at trial?
No, I have not.
Very well. With that in mind, then, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Rick Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a contract special investigator for the FBI in Pocatello.
And what position did you hold prior to that?
Yes, I was a special agent with the FBI.
And for purposes of today, would you prefer investigator or agent?
Investigator is fine, or Mr. Wright is fine.
And how long were you employed with the FBI?
I was a special agent for 24 and a half years.
Do you have or did you receive any specialized training in order to be a special agent?
Yes, I attended the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. In 19 that I was assigned to my first office, which was the Denver division in Denver, Colorado.
How long did you work in that division?
I worked there for over 21 years.
In addition to the initial training to be a special agent, have you received or did you receive any specialized training?
Yes, after my initial new agents training, I worked a variety of violations throughout my career, primarily criminal matters for the FBI. The FBI is roughly divided in half between criminal investigations and national security investigations. So I worked primarily criminal investigations and received a variety of specialized training in those type of investigations that I conducted.
What were some of the areas that you received specialized training in?
So initially I worked drugs and organized crime cases. And then for a period of about 8.5 years, I worked financial crimes and public corruption. And then for the last 11 years in the Denver division, I worked violent crime and specialized primarily in violent crimes against children. And that was before I transferred to the Pocatello resident agency in late 2018. And once there, I worked more general criminal matters for the FBI there in Pocatello. So throughout my career, I received specialized training in all those types of investigations, particularly regarding crimes against children, which was much of my career. I received specialized training in responding to missing abducted children, sex trafficking of children, other exploitation of children, international parental kidnappings. And I received that training. Usually most of these trainings were 1 to 5 day trainings, usually once or twice a year. Much of that came from within the FBI, from the Violent Crimes Against Children unit, or the Behavioral Analysis unit, or the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment teams that the FBI uses for child abductions, or from outside agencies or organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and other law enforcement agencies.
And you indicated in about 2018, you ended up transferring to the Pocatello area.
Yes.
And is that a different division? How is that in relation to where you were at before in Denver?
Yes. So I transferred to the Pocatello Resident Agency of the Salt Lake City Division of the FBI. The Salt Lake City Division is the headquarters. The headquarters is located in Salt Lake City, Utah, and that division covers all of Utah, Idaho, and Montana. The Denver division covered all of Colorado and Wyoming. And so within a division, there are often these satellite offices called resident agencies, as was the case with the Pocatello Resident Agency being one. Within Idaho, there were 4 resident agencies at that time, one in Pocatello, another in Boise, Lewiston, and Coeur d'Alene, I believe.
And when you transferred to that resident agency in Pocatello, how many agents were employed at that resident agency?
Yes, at that time, there were 5 agents in the Pocatello Resident Agency. 3 of them did criminal work, which I was one, and the other 2 did national security work. That resident agency covered really all of eastern Idaho, about 17 counties, I believe. Our supervisor for the criminal agents in Pocatello was actually located in Boise, and that was Doug Hart.
At some point while working there in Pocatello, did you become involved in a search for a missing child named JJ Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain a little bit about why the FBI became involved?
So the FBI was contacted by the Rexburg Police Department about a child missing in their jurisdiction. That was on November 27th of 2019. And I spoke with Lieutenant Ron Ball and I believe Detective Ray Hermosillo from the Rexburg Police Department about that missing child and the circumstances under which he was missing. The FBI assists in missing children cases because of the Federal Kidnapping Act. Under that act, when children are missing because of the potential interstate nature of a kidnapping, it is a potential federal crime. Unfortunately, we usually don't know up front whether a federal crime has been committed or even if there is a kidnapping that has taken place. But because of the time-sensitive nature of those types of investigations, it's necessary to respond right away. And allow the FBI's resources to assist with that. And so when they described the circumstances under which Joshua Vallow or JJ Vallow was missing, we believe that met these requirements of the FBI being involved. And generally, when we have a child, we define that as a child of tender years that's missing under suspicious circumstances. We should get involved. And a child of tender years, I believe, is defined as 12 and under.
And did you know how old JJ Vallow was?
I believe he was 7 at the time.
When you first became involved, did you know anything about Tylee Ryan also being missing?
Shortly thereafter, I became aware that JJ had a sibling named Tylee Ryan. We did not realize that she was missing from Idaho at that time.
Do you recall approximately when yourself and or the FBI became involved in the search for JJ Vallow?
Yes, really almost immediately after that telephone call from the Rexburg Police Department, we offered our assistance and began to communicate with them on how we could provide further assistance. We opened an investigation. I believe we opened it as a police cooperation matter at first, and then within a few days changed that to a kidnapping classification. and I was assigned as the case agent on that. And due to the scope of the investigation, really the size of the investigation, we actually assigned a second case agent was assigned, and that was Travis Homer, also at the Pocatello RA.
And you'd already talked about being contacted by the Rexburg Police Department. Do you know if there were additional agencies involved in investigations linked to JJ being missing?
Yes, there were some related investigations being conducted by other agencies.
Do you know what those other investigations were looking into?
Yes, I do.
And what were those things?
So Rexburg Police Department, of course, was looking into the JJ being missing, but the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, also in Idaho, was looking at the death of Tammy Daybell. And there were two agencies in Arizona that I became aware of that were looking at incidents in their jurisdiction. That was in the Gilbert Police Department was one, and they were looking into an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, and the Chandler, Arizona Police Department was looking into the death of Charles Vallow.
Would it be fair to say that this turned into a joint investigation?
Yes,
And did you personally become involved in the investigation?
yes, I did.
Did you become involved in the investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
Yes, I did.
And then did you also investigate the JJ and Tylee being missing?
Yes,
Did you ultimately assist in investigating their deaths as well?
yes.
And I think you indicated that you were assigned or you were the case agent. Can you explain a little bit about what the case agent does?
So really, when an investigation is open at the FBI, there's a case agent, or sometimes called a case manager, that is assigned. Most cases have one case agent, and due to their size, can be handled by one agent. So the agent has the responsibility for conducting the investigation, whether that's gathering evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. And but the FBI, that agent can also call upon additional resources. Often that's other agents that may work in the unit, other staff within the office, and also pull up from resources from outside the office, but within the FBI. The FBI, being a national organization, has considerable resources, and that can include administrative, analytical, technical assistance, and so forth.
In this case, did you actually end up requesting some additional assistance?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you request assistance in looking at location data associated with Alex Cox or devices associated with him?
Yes, there were a number of devices, digital devices, recovered during the course of the investigation. Many of those were processed by the regional computer forensics laboratory in Salt Lake City. As also, for many of those digital devices, they were cell phones, and we were able to get records associated with them, including location data. Many of those records went to a member of the FBI's cellular analysis survey team, who reviewed those records and helped us interpret them and review them.
And do you recall specifically which agent from the CAS team looked at the records?
Yes, that was Agent Nick Balance in the Phoenix, Arizona division.
As he would go through that information, would he share it with you?
Yes.
And did he provide information to assist you further in your investigation regarding location data linked to Alex Cox or a device associated with him?
Yes, there was one particular device that Alex Cox seemed to use extensively, and Nick Balance was reviewing records for that device, transactional records, and location information, and providing me with and other investigators with information that we could follow up with on from those records.
And in relation to that information, were there specific time frames that you were interested in or looked at?
Yes. So this particular device had extensive location information within it. In the initial stages of the investigation, when we learned that JJ was missing and shortly thereafter that Tylee was also missing from Idaho, we didn't know really where they had gone missing exactly and when they had gone missing. Initially, it was as much as potentially 3 months they had been missing from sometime around August until the investigation was starting here in late November. And so over the course of that, the next ensuing months, we were able to narrow that time frame down significantly to help us determine where they had been or where they had last been seen and when they had gone missing. And that was critical for us to determine what had happened to them, just because it was hard to know where and when in time to look at the various types of information that would be available to identify what had happened to them. And so by approximately April of 2020, we had narrowed down that they had both been went missing in September of 2019. Tylee appears to have gone missing first, sometime around the 8th or the 9th of September was our best information, and that JJ had gone missing approximately 2 weeks later, around September 22nd or September 23rd. So I requested at that stage in the investigation, we had not been able to locate the children, and Nick Balance had been providing location information.
Judge, at this point, it's becoming a significant narrative. Can the state ask some questions?
There's an objection there on
Yes.
narrative. I'll sustain that. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
So in determining the last known sighting of Tylee being around September 8th or 9th, and the last known of JJ around September 22nd or 23rd, what time period did you initially focus in on in relation to location data?
So I requested that Nick Balance look at those timeframes in September related to the children, and he was doing that and providing us with information. And due to the size and the amount of this information, I asked for him to provide me with the same information that he was reviewing, and put it in a format that I could review, that I could start that process of also looking at that data and see if there were potential avenues for investigation. So he provided me with a file of all of the location information for that particular device for really all of September of 2019, from September 1st through September 30th.
At some point, did you also end up requesting location data for the month of October?
I did.
And why did you request location data for the month of October?
So there were incidents that happened in October, not necessarily related to the children, but related to other components of this joint investigation. And at a later date, it was actually after the children had been recovered. I requested him, Nick Balance, provide me the records for all of October, and I did a similar review as I did for the September data, and I completed that in September of 2020.
And when you were reviewing this data from September and October, were you also following up on information that you gained from that location data?
Yes, it was really a process. As I said, Nick Balance initially was giving us information that he was observing in those records, and we were following up as investigators. Sometimes I did that personally. Sometimes other investigators did that, particularly in the Rexburg Police Department. They were doing that. And then as I started looking at those records myself, I tried to, as best as I could, determine whether there's potential follow-up investigation can be at these sites where the device had gone, And some of that I did myself. Sometimes other investigators were tasked to go and follow up with what we observed.
And in going through that location data and then looking through the follow-up that was done, did you assist in preparing a summary exhibit today?
Yes, I did.
And is that, actually, I will do this. Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 299. It's actually a PowerPoint on a thumb drive would be the original exhibit. I have a copy of that for counsel and the court. And then I also have printed out copies, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, one for the court and one for counsel.
And can you explain a little more about what the summary exhibit is?
Yes, Your Honor. And I was going to see if I could have the witness shown a copy.
Very well.
And Investigator Wright, I just asked them to hand you Exhibit 299. In reviewing the location data, is that some of the information included within this exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Does this exhibit also contain some of the follow-up investigation that was completed as well?
Yes, it does.
Would this, in looking through it, does this appear to be an accurate depiction of the exhibit created?
Yes, it does.
And would this aid you in your testimony today?
Yes.
And would this do you believe this would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence in your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of States Exhibit 299.
Any objection?
Judge, the information as it came from the Homer J. Maximus account is admitted by way of stipulation. Just so we have a clear record, the other information that was not obtained from Homer J. Maximus and part of this officer's investigation, I won't object at this time to that admission of those.
All right, so under Rule of Evidence 1006, then this may be admitted as a summary to prove content.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time and wondering if before I start publication, it may be a good time for the morning break.
I think that's a good idea, Ms. Blake. Thank you. We'll go ahead and take a morning recess. It is just before 10 o'clock, so let's try and come back on at 10:20.
All rise, please.
Here they come.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bailiff, we could have the jurors brought in, please.
You know, people believe as you believe. You know, that's a thing. But oof, some of these cases where they're like the Jonestown stuff and all that. Oof. And Lemon says, I wonder if they had gotten away with this, who would have killed who first? Like, I think there would have been a trail of bodies. I mean, zombies. Waiting for the phrase. Waiting. Get it ready, Stevie.
And it's not wanting to go up.
Oops, sorry. They actually had started back. It wasn't showing up as started back because it was rewound on my end, which I didn't check. So we're back. Sorry about that. It doesn't like we've missed anything. Because I'm looking at tweets, and 2 minutes ago was the new thread. And I'm not seeing anything past 2 minutes ago. So they're still trying to work out something. So we're good.
Thank you for that assistance. Investigator Edwards, do you recall leaving off with this slide?
I do.
And again, these were messages sent in the days before the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell.
Correct.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So the timeline again moves right up for October 9th. On October 7th, 2019, you know that Alex signs into the St. Anthony gun range. On October 8th, 2019, he actually conducts a internet search of 6.5 Grindle drop from 100 to 200 yards. And then he visits a site drop from 100 to 300 yards.
And in looking at those searches, are you aware of some of the firearms located in an apartment associated with Alex Cox?
I am.
And was one of those firearms, in fact, a 6.5 Grendel?
It was.
And can you explain a little bit about what the drop means?
I can. Yeah. So the image on the right is kind of I'll give you a visual idea of what we're talking about, but drop is actually what that bullet does is it comes out of the weapon, and what the searcher is looking for right here is what that distance is and what effect that will have on the bullet. So the farther out the shot, that bullet naturally just drops, right? And you can compensate for that with your scope. You can make an adjustment on your scope so that you can shoot and hit targets that are further out past 100, 200, 300,000 yards, whatever it is.
And then it looks like there is also a visit to the gun range on October 8th.
There on October 8th, he again signs into the St. Anthony gun range, and then he conducts a Google search for a Rhode Island area code, which is 401.
And did you learn a significance with that 401?
I did.
What was that?
So we can go to the next slide. There's a 401 number that is used by Chad Daybell. To date, this phone has not been located, but two burner phones are used for the first time on October 9th at about 9:15. A burner phone is an investigative cell, or an inexpensive cell phone rather, designed for temporary or sometimes anonymous use, and then it can be discarded.
And I think you indicated there were two burner phones.
There were
Do you know who those phones were associated with?
Alex and Chad.
And then there's an indication here as well of some real phone numbers. Can
Yeah.
you explain what those are?
Yep. The 208-690-9374 number was Chad's real phone. And then the last number on there, the 4080351. Yeah, sorry. I did this last time. I apologize. 480-351-9120 was Alex's real phone number.
And again, what event occurred on October 9th?
So there was an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell on October 9th.
And then looking down below at those next boxes, can you explain what we're seeing there?
So I took and piled so I could better understand all of the messages and cell phones that were involved in this. The first block at the top, I calculated 90 calls and text messages between Alex, Chad, Zulema, and Lori between 9 o'clock in the morning on the 9th and 2:28 in the following morning on the 10th. So there were 8 text messages between Alex and Chad between 1:19 p.m. and 1:22 p.m. Alex Cox and Chad Daybell's phones are actually near each other between 1:22 and 2:20 p.m. on the 9th. And then there are 15 text messages between Alex and Chad between 7:13 p.m. on the night of the 9th and 8:43 p.m. on the night of the 9th. The attempted shooting occurs somewhere between 9:15 and 9:25. And then there's 4 additional text messages between Alex and Chad between 10:28 p.m. and 10:29 p.m.
And through your investigation, did you determine where Zulema and Lori were on October 9th?
I did.
Where were they?
They were in Arizona.
Did you learn of anything that they were doing on October 9th?
I did.
What was that?
I learned that they were doing a casting about the same time.
Do you know where Chad and Alex were located?
I do.
Where was that?
In Rexburg, Fremont County.
And when we see these messages being exchanged between Alex and Chad, was that a combination of all 4 phone numbers listed here?
It was.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So this slide and the next 3 are all kind of describing where specifically that phone was located. So the first phone that we talked about, Chad's burner phone, what I call the 401 number, there are text messages between Alex and Chad between 1:19 and 1:22, and those phones, Chad and Alex's electronic devices, are at Alex's apartment, at or near Alex's apartment between 1:22 and 2:20 p.m.
And when you were going through this, did you use data, location data collected by other officers or agents?
I did.
You did not plot the data points yourself.
Correct.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
This is what I call Chad's real phone, the 208 number. There are 8 text messages between Alex and Chad between 1:19 and 1:22 on the same day. Again, Chad and Alex's electronic devices are near Alex's apartment between 1 and 2:20.
And on this one?
So this is the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account for Alex, which is attached to Alex's real phone of 480-351-9120. And again, Chad and Alex's electronic devices are at or near Alex's apartment between 1:22 and 2:20 p.m.
And with this slide?
So this is where it changes. We know that Alex's real phone then travels south to Idaho Falls. And so between 2:40 and 3:18 p.m., Alex's electronic device travels to Idaho Falls Sportsman's Warehouse.
And on this slide?
On October 9th at 4:11 p.m., there's a transaction that consists of 5 items that are listed below that Alex purchases. A woodland cap, foot mitts, some gloves, thermo 3-hole FAs, and a picture on the next slide, a bullfrog rain jacket, and then a Dr. Pepper.
And you said rain jacket. Did you mean pants?
Pants, I'm sorry. Yes, rain pants.
And these are images of those items?
Correct.
And do you know if these were actually photos taken or obtained by Agent Wright?
Yes.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is now that same day, Alec's electronic device has since gone back up north towards Fremont County and actually drives past the Daybell residence. The device moves to the area of Daybell. You can see that it comes up, the little green CD little image is the Daybell property or residence, and the arrows indicate the travel that Alex's device went.
Through the investigation, did you learn of anyone besides Chad that Alex knew in that vicinity?
No.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
This is a few minutes after he goes past the residence. He basically turns around and comes back past the Daybell property.
As part of your investigation, did you review the events of October 9th of 2019?
I have.
And to be clear, you were not involved in that initial investigation.
That is true.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what's indicated on this slide and what we're seeing?
So this is the two photographs. The one on the left is an overview of the Daybell property. And you can see that there's a driveway that comes in off of 200 North, and then another driveway that comes in off of 1900 North. And the image on the right is a photograph at the front of the Daybell residence showing that driveway on 1900 North. On October 9th at approximately 9:15, the first 911 call to Fremont County Sheriff's Office is made by Joseph Murray, who is Tammy's son-in-law.
And I think you said at 9:15, is that the time?
Sorry, I read 9:41, sorry.
Not a problem. And with 9:15, are you aware that that's when Tammy indicated the event had occurred?
Correct.
So from your understanding, the event was not called in immediately?
Correct. It was not.
And I believe there should be a pointer somewhere up there. Do you see that?
I do.
And can you point out again on the overview image where the two driveways are?
So driveway number one here, and then the second driveway right here, which is the same driveway right here.
And can you, as part of the investigation, did you review some of the contents of a device associated with Tammy
I did.
and some accounts associated with her?
Yes.
Do you recall looking at this particular message?
I do.
And can you read it into the record?
On October 13th, 2019, Tammy sent her son, Mark, an email, who was serving an LDS mission at the time. And it says, quote, "I was coming home from clogging. It was about 9:15 and I backed into the front driveway. I was getting some items out of the back seat. We had made freezer meals for enrichment that night and my clogging shoes. I realized someone was by the back of the car. I looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help me carry stuff in. Nope. It was a guy dressed in all black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me. I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, 'What do you think you're doing?' Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top. The guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and a whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. He stayed standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I kept asking him what he thought he was doing. At that point, I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door, and he didn't step toward me or even say anything. The scared part came after, when my brain thought of the other things that could have happened. The thought crossed my mind to hit him with my clogging shoes. But first, I looked toward the house and yelled, 'Chad.' Then the guy ran off around the north side of the house. I ran in the house and got Dad and Garth."
In this email, do you see the different references made to the weapon?
I do.
And how does Tammy initially identify the weapon?
as a rifle.
And do you also see where she talks about it actually being a paintball gun?
I do.
And then do you see in parentheses where she added some clarification?
Yes.
And what, if anything, would that indicate to you?
Response was played.
Your Honor, I think in his investigative capacity, I'm asking if that indicated anything to him as an investigator.
Judge, it doesn't allow him to speculate about what was the purpose of this comment in an email. That's speculative.
I'll sustain that.
Tammy provided clarification with relation to that paintball gun. Is that correct?
She did.
Are you aware of anything that can resemble a hopper on a rifle?
Yes.
What would that be?
A scope.
Do you also see an indication that the individual is doing more than simply pointing the firearm?
Yes.
And what did you see in addition to that?
He keeps pulling the trigger, pointing the gun at her.
And do you recall what color the items were that were purchased from Sportsman's Warehouse earlier in the day?
Black.
And I'd previously asked you what on a rifle could resemble a hopper. Can you tell us what we're seeing in that first image, the top one?
So the top image is the 6.5 millimeter Grendel AR that was recovered. It belonged to Alex Cox.
And can you tell us what that bottom image is?
The bottom image is an example of a Tippmann paintball gun that was pulled.
And with that pointer, can you show us where the hopper is on the paintball gun?
On this particular paintball gun, this is the hopper right here.
And in relation to that firearm, can you tell us where the scope is?
This is the scope right here.
And again, we talked previously about your experience with using both assault rifles and paintball guns. Do these appear to be accurate representations of some that you've seen before?
They do.
And in Tammy's description, the gun is being pointed at her.
Yes.
Would that indicate she's looking at the front of the gun?
That's how I would interpret it. Yes.
Did you notice anything else in relation to that Grendel 6.5 in relation to the end of that firearm, like the front of it?
Yeah. So I noticed that the front of this has been grooved out or has the capacity of having something attached to the front of it.
And in your experience, what types of things can be attached to the front of an assault rifle?
A suppressor.
If a firearm has a suppressor attached and it's fired, would it still potentially make a sound?
Yes.
What type of a sound might it make?
Whooshing sound.
Did you notice anything? Let me back up. Did you personally observe this 6.5 Grendel?
I did.
Did you make any additional observations in relation to this firearm?
I did.
And what were those?
It's kind of difficult to see on this picture, but you'll notice there's a gap right here. Sorry, my hand's shaking a little bit, but there's a gap between the upper and the lower receiver of the weapon.
And can you talk about what we're seeing here?
This is the gap I was talking about between what is the lower receiver and the upper receiver of the weapon.
And can you tell us a little bit about why that stood out to you?
So this particular weapon, when I observed it, if you tipped or even slightly moved that weapon, there's two pins on these weapons. There's a front takedown pin and a rear takedown pin. Typically, those sit tight within the weapon and they keep the weapon together. It comes apart in two pieces. They have an upper receiver and a lower receiver. And when you take one of that rear takedown pin out, this one here, that weapon actually hinges and comes up. If that makes sense. If you take both of them out, the weapon comes apart in two pieces. So for me, when I saw this weapon and I held it, literally just turning it a little bit caused that rear takedown pin to come out. Didn't take me hardly anything to do that. Most weapons, those sit very secure and tight.
And if something caused that pin to come loose, would the gun still fire?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It
Would
could.
gun- And you say it could, would it fire multiple times from your training and based on your training and experience?
So the minute that gap is formed between the upper and the lower receiver, what happens in this weapon is this bolt right here, when the weapon is fired, retracts into the buttstock of the weapon, into the stock. So when that gap is created, this bolt right here cannot retract into the buttstock of the weapon. The gun would malfunction quick. You may get one round off, but you won't get more if that weapon stays separated.
And would that be regardless of if someone kept pulling the trigger?
Yes.
And again, this is an image of the firearm recovered that was associated with Alex Cox.
Yes.
Can you talk to us about what we're seeing on this slide?
So this slide is the timeline of October 9th, the night of the attempted shooting. Starting at 5:28 p.m., there are 6 text messages between Chad and Lori. 7:13 to 8:43, there are 15 text messages between Alex and Chad. Between 9:04 and 9:28, there are 6 text messages between Lori and Zulema. And between 9:15 and 9:25, the attempted shooting occurs. Shortly after the attempted shooting, Chad and Lori are texting at 9:30. We know that Emma, Joseph's wife, calls Tammy at 9:37. 9:41 is that 911 call that Joseph Murray makes. At 9:45, the first Fremont County Sheriff deputy arrives or is dispatched. Tammy then calls Fremont County Sheriff's Office at 9:49. And the first Fremont County Sheriff deputy arrives on scene at 9:52. While the Fremont County Sheriff deputy is on scene, there are 2 text messages between Alex and Lori. There are 4 text messages between Chad and Alex. And there are 2 text messages between Chad and Lori at 10:31. And then the Fremont County Sheriff deputy clears the scene at 10:42. We know that Alex calls Zulema and has a 38-minute plus phone conversation with her at 11:28. And then there are 3 text messages between Zulema and Alex between 12 and 12:28 the following day at that point.
And from your review of the phone records, did you ever observe the content of those text messages?
No.
And then can you tell us about this slide?
So on October 9th, there is an internet search that Alex conducts on how to clean an AR. On October 11th, he then makes a few more internet searches, which include how to drill baffles to make a suppressor. Will a 6.5 Grendel shoot through a windshield? 2008 Dodge Dakota steel body thickness. What gauge steel are the doors of a Dodge Dakota made of? How thick is 22 gauge steel? He then visits the sites, making a homemade silencer, build your own silencer, and what caliber would penetrate a windshield.
And the bulk of the searches contained on this slide were 2 days after the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell.
Correct.
And again, on October 9th, was Tammy Daybell actually shot?
No.
Was there any significance in relation to that Dodge Dakota?
There was.
What was that?
The Daybells owned a Dodge Dakota.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
Yeah, you may click through those. Okay. Just continuing with the timeline. October 12th, we know that Alex goes to the shooting range again on the 13th of October, again on the 15th of October. But on the 16th of October, he actually goes to the storage unit and puts the 2 rifle scabbards, 2 totes, and 2 boxes into his storage unit. Yep. 2 rifle scabbards, 2 totes, and 2 boxes into the storage unit. And then he does not go back to the shooting range again after storing the weapons.
As part of the investigation, did you also focus in on October 18th?
I did,
And why was that?
because on October 19th, Tammy Daybell was killed.
Objection, Judge.
Sustain.
Argumentative.
Sustain.
Judge, I'd like,
I will strike that response.
Do you know if Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th?
She was.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
On October 18th, this is Chad's 401 number that is utilizing the towers that are provide coverage to his residents. At 9:54 a.m. when it receives a text message from Alex's 334 number, and Chad returns that text message at 10:40 a.m.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is a October 18th. This was a screenshot of Tammy's phone that was active and playing games until 10:22 p.m. or an image.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So again, this is a cast report that I reviewed on October 18th from 10 to 11:46 p.m. We know that Alex Cox's phone is near the Daybell residence from 10:07 to 10:45 p.m. at the LDS church, which is just south of the Daybell property, about 2.6 miles away. Alex's phone does not provide any data from 10:45 until 11:53 when it's actually driving away from the LDS church on Highway 20. We know that Alex's phone then goes to Idaho Falls and where it stays at a hotel.
Do you know at that time if Alex still had a residence in Rexburg, Idaho?
I don't remember if he did or not at that point.
And again, through the investigation, did you learn of anyone besides Chad Daybell that Alex knew in that vicinity?
No.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So this timeline is similar to the one from the 9th, but this covers the 18th to the 19th of October between 6:13 and 12:35 a.m. Between 6:13 to 8:24 p.m., there are 6 text messages between Chad and Lori. Between 6:56 and 8:24, 6 text messages between Lori and Alex. At 8:44, Chad texts Alex. At 8:47 to 9:04, there are 12 text messages between Alex and Lori. 8:52 p.m., Lori texts Chad. 9:35, Alex texts Chad. 9:43, Chad texts Lori. 9:59 to 11:12, there are 11 text messages between Zulema and Lori. At 10:07, Alex's phone arrives at the LDS church that we just talked about. Between 10:12 and 10:28, there are 4 text messages between Alex and Chad. 10:22, Tammy's phone is active playing games. 10:23 to 10:54, there are 10 text messages between Alex and Chad. And at 11:28, there's a single image that is deleted from Tammy's phone. Chad then sends 2 text messages to Lori between 11:34 and 11:35. At 11:46, like we just talked about on the last slide, Alex's phone leaves the LDS Church parking lot and heads south. At 11:53 to 12:09, Alex calls Lori. At 12:10, Lori sends Zulema a text, and at 12:35, Chad sends Lori a text.
And during this time frame through the investigation, did you learn Lori was in Hawaii?
Yes,
And is it your understanding Zulema was in Arizona?
it is,
Where did you understand Chad and Alex to be?
both in Fremont County.
Can you tell us what we're seeing? Actually, I'll back up here. Are you aware of where Tammy was ultimately buried?
I am
And where was that?
in Utah.
Do you know when her funeral was held?
I do.
When was that?
So her funeral was held on October 22nd in Springville, Utah.
So 3 days after she was pronounced dead?
Correct.
And can you walk us through the messages that appear on this slide?
Okay. October 20th, 2019, between 7:48 and 8:33 a.m. Again, Lori is in Hawaii. Lori sends a text, and again, this is in pink and blue. I'm missing you more. I need you desperately. Heart emoji. I can't wait. Kiss emoji, kiss emoji. Need you to hold me tight. That would be great. What about the idea of you coming here Thursday or Friday? Or do you want me to come home? ? Chad replies, their apartment is haunted and we can't clear the place. So they are looking to move anyway, and I have the perfect place for them. I need to be here to get sorting the financial stuff, and I truly need your help. So please come home Thursday so we can spend the night together. Then as soon as I have things under control, we can return. I seriously want you to look for a condo for us while you are there that we could return to at the first of the month. Lori replies, I know exactly where we should be. I don't really care where we are as long as you are holding me forever. Heart emoji. Chad, I want to get going full steam ahead on Lily workout plan. Tighten the abs, get a full body tan, grow out my hair. This could be really good for both of us. She replies, I love that plan. It's not soon enough though. This is torture. Maybe you need to clear my mind so I can't remember how much I love you. Heart emoji. I will try, but it feels like Raphael and Lily are together about 100%. Not sure it will ever be lower again. That's true. I do feel you. Heart emoji. I feel lovesick. I can't sleep. I don't want to eat. I just want you. It's so consuming. And then 2 emojis, and I'm not sure what those are. I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks.
And when we look at these messages again, did you know where Lori was located around this time?
She was in Hawaii.
And Chad's indicating to her that she should look for a condo there?
Yes,
And this is the day after Tammy's been pronounced dead?
correct.
Was there anything else in particular that stood out to you about this message, about this series of messages?
The last text message from Chad. I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks.
And then if we can go through the messages on this slide as well.
So this is October 20th, between 7:48 and 8:33 a.m. Again, Lori's still in Hawaii. What is on your agenda today? Chad replies, need to get ready to meet with the mortuary, but I hope to be able to talk in a few hours after I get my parents to go home. I love you so much, my sweet Lily. What time does Audrey arrive? Lori replies, she gets here at 2 my time, so 6 your time. We are going to Sacrament at 9 to see Lisa, hopefully. Kiss emoji. I love you. Heart emoji. 3 days later, another text message at 8:24 a.m. Again, Lori is still in Hawaii. I love you, Lily. Eagerly anticipating our alone time. Craving you intensely. 3 fire emojis.
At this point in time, were JJ and Tylee missing?
Yes,
Was Tammy deceased?
she was.
Was Charles also deceased?
He was.
Through your investigation, did you learn when Chad and Lori were married?
I did.
And when was that?
November 5th, 2019
And do you know where they got married?
in Hawaii.
And again, do you know what kind of rings they exchanged?
Malachite rings that they had purchased.
And can you talk through what we're seeing on this slide?
So this is a slide on the insurance policies. Chad and Tammy both had life insurance policies for $300,000. They were established on 3/19 of 02, the policy number up there. On September 8th, Tammy's life insurance through Ballard Insurance from the school that she worked at was $50,000. She raised her individual amount of $10,000 to the max of $80,000 for a total of $130,000. On October 21st, 2019, Chad submitted a claim for Tamara Michelle Douglas Daybell as deceased as of on October 19th, 2019. The place of the death was at Rexburg, Idaho at the home, and the cause of death was died in sleep. On October 31st, Chad received a deposit of $300,000 in life insurance. On October 8th, he received an additional $130,000 life insurance proceeds.
And I think on that last one, you said October. Did you mean November?
I did. I apologize.
Through the investigation, did you become aware that Chad had given Alex Cox a patriarchal blessing?
Yes,
Did you view that or listen to it at some point?
I did.
Is this in fact a portion of that patriarchal blessing?
It is.
And can you indicate when the blessing was given to Alex?
November 24th, 2019.
And can you read that excerpt into the record?
It says, quote, after you have been exalted in the fourth creation, you could have gone on to exaltation with Holly as a resurrected being. However, you accepted the Savior's invitation to come to this mortal realm one more time in the fifth creation to condescend as a God to help us. You have already assisted us in many ways that can never be repaid, but you will continue to do so as you move forward in this life.
Was there something about this particular portion that stood out to you?
There was.
And what part was that?
The last sentence. You have already assisted us in many ways that can never be repaid.
And then can you talk through what we're seeing on this slide?
So these are internet searches between October 1st and October 16th.
And I think you said October.
Oh, God, I'm sorry, December. I'm looking right at it too. December 1st, 2019, Chad Daybell internet search, Rexburg Police Department. December 5th, 2019, internet search, Tammy Daybell obituary. December 11th, 2019 is the day that the body of Tammy Daybell was exhumed. October 12th, 2019, Alex Cox is found dead in his apartment in Chandler, Arizona. And December 16th, 2019, Chad Daybell internet searches, authorization to discern a body in Utah, Utah Administrative Code, Utah Administrative Rules, Springfield City Cemetery, Tamara Daybell autopsy, our law firm, Utah 4th District Court, Utah State Court Directory for the contact information.
And Alex Cox was found dead on December 12th of 2019.
He was.
As part of your investigation, did you also assist in a search on the Daybell property in June of 2020?
I did.
And do you know what the search was for?
Tylee and JJ.
Were there multiple agencies involved?
There were.
Were you in charge of the search?
No,
Did you assist?
I did.
What specific tasks were you given in relation to that?
I was directed to search on the north side of the property under the tree where JJ was found.
And did you in fact assist with that?
I did.
Were you present when his body was recovered?
I was.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
The Elmo device.
You may just let us know what you're publishing.
Okay. Judge, we're going to start out with Exhibit 398, the officers. And is it investigator or officer? I'm sorry.
Investigator's fine.
Okay, investigator.
And Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Yes.
Brief approach. Why does he keep saying that? Is it officer or why does he keep doing that? I feel like that's intimidation. Maybe that's just me. Fixing. I forgot to get this info. Sorry about that. 1 second. She's probably going, why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying officer? All right. Sorry about that. I had to fix something. Let's get them back. Are they coming back yet? Not yet. All right. So I don't know. I think that I like the way her tone gets when she is going through. She starts strong, and as she's going through until she gets to the end, right before her final, I have nothing further. Her tone is just, it's fabulous. It's like she's building up and keeping them focused. It's like she's great at putting it all together. And now we get to listen to the all over the place, the testifier himself.
All right, at this time, we are going to take the mid-afternoon recess to work out an exhibit here. We'll come back on the record. We'll try to do that about quarter after. And so we'll be on break till then.
All rise, please.
All right. So never mind. We're going to be on break because yay, I'm going to read what the heck just happened. I know. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to read. I've got to because let me get it. I'm not going to actually open it up for the screen. I'm just going to read from, there it is. I'm just going to read from the page. Let's see if it'll update for me. Sometimes this thing doesn't update soon enough. Yeah. That's what I thought. Hold on 1 second. Some of those texts or whatever the back and forth was, I heard something about somebody not cutting their hair. That's why I was asking, was it Chad? Okay. So yes, they're okay. Let me go back to this. Go back from lunch. We're gonna go all the way back. All right. So we're gonna read it quick because I don't know how long they're gonna take. Let me put this thing up there so I can see it. There. All right. So now I noticed. So I was wondering about how Chad was. So it looks like he has an ankle monitor. He's not shackled at the legs. No ankle shackles or whatever. So now Blake continues the timeline. On October 7th, Alex signed into the St. Anthony gun range. On October 8th, he conducted an internet search for 6.5 Grindle drop from 100 to 200 yards. Then drop from 100 to 300 yards. On October 8th, Alex signed into the St. Anthony gun range. He also conducted a search that day for Rhode Island area code. On October 9th is the day Tammy died. 2019 at 9:15 p.m. A 401 number from a phone is used by Chad Daybell. That phone to this day has not been found, Edwards says. Chad's real phone had a 208 number. So is Rhode Island area code 401? Anybody want to search that and stick it in the chat? I think it is. I wouldn't be surprised. Chad's real phone had a 208 number, which we know is Idaho. Alex had a burner phone with a 334 area code, another area code. His real phone had a 480 area code. There were 90 calls and text messages between Alex and Chad, or between Alex, Chad, Zulema, and Lori between 9:21 a.m. on October 9th and 2:28 a.m. on October 10th. 15 text messages were sent between Alex and Chad between 7:13 p.m. to 8:43 p.m. that night. Lori and Zulema were in Arizona that night doing a casting ceremony. 4 text messages were sent between Chad and Alex between 10:28 p.m. to 10:29 p.m. that night. On October 9th, 2019, same day, boy, they were busy that day. There were text messages between Chad's burner phone and Alex between 1:19 and 1:22 p.m. Both devices were near Alex's apartment at the time. With Chad's real phone, there were 8 text messages during the same time frame. The devices were near Alex's apartment. Between 2:40 and 3:18 p.m., Alex's device traveled to Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls. The purchase happens at 4:11 p.m. We see a slide showing the items that were purchased. That same day at 4:51 p.m., Alex's device goes to Fremont County and drives past the Daybell residence. Alex did not know anyone in the vicinity other than Chad, Edwards says. Wait, October 9th was not the day she died, was it? That was the day she was shot with the supposed paintball gun, right? Let me check. Let's see. I think so. Was Google, but Pryor is patronizing, overly polite in a facetious way. Yes, I was. So why can't I never remember the date? I have the worst time trying to remember the timeline. So October 9th, again, I have to look it up. 9. All right. Yeah. Oh, that's the day Tammy calls 911 and says a mask. Okay. So that's what I thought. October 9th was the day she was shot at. So what they're doing is they're putting him in that location. Where'd it go? Okay. So October, there were text messages between Chad's burner phone and Alex between 1:19. Both devices were near Alex's. The devices were near Alex's apartment. Go at one. Alex's device traveled to Sportsman's. Yeah, that's right. in Idaho Falls. The purchase happened at 4:11. We see a slide showing the items that were purchased. That same day at 4:51 p.m., Alex's device goes to Fremont County and drives past the Daybell residence. Alex did not know anyone in the vicinity other than Chad, Edwards says. In other words, there was no other reason for him to be there. At 9:11, a call was made from Joseph Murray, Tammy's son-in-law, about an attempted shooting at 9:41. So what time was that? At that same day at 4:51. Okay, I'm trying to so Tammy told her son Mark the incident occurred at 9:15 p.m. The event was not called in immediately. Oh, I didn't know that. Blake shows a photo of the Daybell home and a GPS overview image. Edwards points out the two driveways on the property. Tammy mailed her son Mark on October 13th, 2019. She wrote that she was coming home from clogging and pulled into the driveway. Someone was at the back of the car and she thought it was Dad there to help carry things in. She said it was a masked man and she yelled, "What are you doing?" Tammy says she thought about hitting him with her clogging shoes. She yelled for Chad and ran in the house. Tammy initially identified the weapon as a rifle, not a paintball gun. So, the fact that she wanted to hit him, I think that right there we got to see a little bit of the sass that Chad probably didn't like. I think Tammy had the best, probably a great personality. She had sass and she didn't buy the hoo-ha, the hooey, not hoo-ha, sorry, the hooey. She didn't buy his stuff, which is why she did a lot of eye rolling. Blake asks if anything could resemble a hopper on a rifle. Edwards says a scope could. Edwards said the individual kept pulling the trigger and pointing the gun at her. Blake shows two guns on the screen. It's Alex's 6.5 millimeter Grendel AR. The bottom image is a paintball gun. Edwards points out the hopper is on the paintball gun. On the firearm, he points where the scope is. They are in similar places. Edwards noticed the front of the AR has been modified, so something could be attached to the front of the rifle. Edwards says that could have been a suppressor. If a suppressor is on a gun, it would make a whooshing sound, which is what she described. Edwards points out a gap between the lower and the upper receiver of the gun. He says there are two pins on the weapon, a front and a rear takedown pin. Those pins keep the weapon, making sure I'm checking, okay. Those pins keep the weapon together. He says if you take the rear takedown pin out, it comes apart. Just turning the gun caused the rear pin to come out. It didn't take him anything to do that. Most weapons, those pins sit secure and tight, Edwards says. If the pins become loose, the gun could still fire, but likely only one round, even if someone kept pulling the trigger, Edwards says. 1 second, I gotta check something. There are 6 text messages between Chad and Lori between 5 p.m. and 12:28 a.m. on October 9th. Edwards lays out the events of from the evening of October 9th. While the Fremont County deputy is at the house, there are texts between Chad and Alex and between Chad and Lori. Alex calls Zulema and has a 38-minute phone call with her at 11:28 p.m. Edwards never reviewed the contents of the text messages. Alex conducted an internet search on October 9th, how to clean AR. On October 11th, he performed a variety of fun searches online. A few include what caliber would penetrate a windshield, 2008 Dodge Dakota steel body thickness, and what gauge steel are the doors on a Dodge Dakota made of. On October 18th, the day before Tammy died, Alex is near the Daybell home from 10:07 to 10:45 p.m. at the LDS Salem Church. There is no data on the phone for a time after the next time data is picked up. Alex is headed to Idaho Falls. What does that mean, that there is no data on the phone for a time after and the next time the data is picked up? Does that mean that he turned his phone off? If you turn your phone off, like, I don't know what kind of phone he had. Oh, burner phones wouldn't be. So if you turn your phone off, that means that there's no data being received. And so there would be a gap in data. Tammy's phone was active playing games at 10:22 p.m. At 11:28 p.m., a single image is deleted from Tammy's phone. Chad sends 2 texts to Lori at 11:34 and 11:30 to 11:35. Alex's phone leaves the LDS church parking lot at 11:46. The morning after Tammy died on October 20th, Lori sends a text to Chad saying she is missing him and she needs him to hold her tight. Lori asks about him flying to Hawaii and maybe she should just return home. Chad asks Lori to come home so they can spend the night together. He says he needs to take care of the financials. Chad tells her to look for a condo for them. I want to get working on this Lily workout plan, tan my skin, grow out my hair, flatten my stomach. Oh. Lori was in Hawaii at the time they were texting. The last message from Chad says, I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks. Lori asks Chad what is on his agenda. He says he needs to meet with the mortuary, but he hopes to talk in a few hours after he gets his parents to go home. Lori says she is going to Sacramento to see Lisa. Chad responds, I love you, Lily, eagerly anticipating our alone time. Chad and Tammy both had life insurance policies for $300,000 each that were established on March 19th, 2002. Tammy also had a $130,000 policy through the school district. Chad received payouts for both policies. Chad gave Alex the patriarchal blessing on November 24th, 2019. Edwards reads part of it. The last sentence stuck out to Edwards where Chad said, you have already assisted us in many ways that can never be repaid. Chad searched for Rexburg Police Department on December 1st. He searched for Tammy's obituary on December 5th. Tammy was exhumed on December 11th. Alex was found dead on December 12th. Chad Daybell searched several things on December 16th, including, quote, authorization to disinter a body in Utah. Authorization to disinter, DISINTER, a body in Utah. Auto Administrative Code, Springville City. Edwards assisted in the search for JJ and Tylee at Daybell's house. He was present when JJ's body was found. Blake has no further questions. And then we get to the cross-examination, which, let me see if it's updated. I should have that. Yes. Find it again. Sorry. So right, we're taking an afternoon recess. I think that's where we ended it, right? No, that was, yeah. Wait, did they start? Wait, I gotta back up a little bit. Let me see. Get this updated. I have to go out and come back in to update this thing. Let's see if that did anything. No, it says taking the afternoon recess. So they should be back. Yeah. Okay. That's where it stopped. Okay. All right. I thought maybe I missed some. I don't think so. Okay. So there was a lot there. This is amazingly laid out. I am telling you, I don't think I've seen a trial prosecution this well laid out. It's like it's just laid out in front of the jury. And normally in a trial, you got, okay, so how is Pryor going to rip this apart and what's the defense going to say? It's going to be interesting to see what he has to say and see how he tries to get, if he can even get any of those mitigators or doubt or in front of the jury. I don't know. This one is unbelievable. It's a. I know that we're not supposed to. We're supposed to stay on the fence, but I'm struggling. That was excellent. So I'm trying to see where. Okay, yes. I was wondering where. Okay, so we did end there. Okay, I kept trying to reload it, and I'm like, it's not reloading. Oh, well, that's because we are at. I get confused by the time difference for me. And Linda says, just read that clogging shoes can have metal on the bottom of them. Yes, for the tap. Yes. If you've seen there, yes. It's like they're like here, let me see. Let me see if I can. Women's clogging shoes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yep. They're like tap shoes. I'll show you image. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and clogging shoes, I think, are way stronger, let me see if I can, I'll just, let's see, real quick, oh, there you go. Those are clogging shoes. See, they're tougher than a normal tap shoe. I used to take tap when I was young. Yeah, you could whack somebody over the head real nicely with those. Let's see here. Yes, she did. Thank you, Lemon. Okay. Dana says, Chad's saying he is sad, but not the reasons everyone is thinking, meaning he is sad because Lori is in Hawaii and he is not sad for the death. Yes. Yeah. Here you go. I like this. So Lori had to be chapped. I almost thought you said, I read that as chopped at first. Lori had to be chapped that Charles changed his beneficiary. Oh, she was not happy. That was evident in the way her text came over to Chad. I remember hearing that part. Not happy. Oh, just email me the package. But my adult kids set up my YouTube and I don't mess with it because, oh, wait. I must have missed something. I don't know. Hack. And once when I was doing YouTube on my phone, it is okay. I can't receive the gifts. I'm happy for those that can. That's because, okay. Yes, anything to get his. Oh, I have so tried not to go there in my mind. Oh, so did they did decide that this is the afternoon break? Yes. So they should be back any minute. Uh-oh. Mailman. There's no sorry needed. I think I said something else when I first saw that. I also Googled it and I shouldn't have. Oh. Oh. Yeah. I don't want to switch away because they'll be back shortly. There was a lot of stuff that they were looking up and
We'll be back in session.
oh, here we go. Phew. Saved by the bell.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and remain standing if you'd like. I think the jurors are lined up and ready to be brought in. So, Mr. Bailiff, once they're ready, please have them come in.
Already
I won't ask to
risen.
start now, Judge.
All right.
Sorry, I had to. I don't know if you heard that. Already risen. And now we have cross-exam. It's a pretty full crowd today, it looks like, too. Gallery.
Jury is present and accounted for.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. We're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Cross-examination can commence at this time, Mr. Pryor. We do have completed the mid-afternoon recess, and I presume the exhibit's been prepared that you were going to, that you were going to use. So if you'd like to commence with the cross, you may.
Thank you, Judge. And if again, could I utilize the Elmo device? And this would be for in relation to Exhibit 398 that the state had prepared in this case.
Yes, you may use the Elmo.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before we start with that, investigator, my understanding is that the information you provided today through your testimony was the result of a number of agencies providing you information. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the Fremont County Sheriff's Office provided you information, correct?
They did.
Rexburg Police Department provided you information.
Correct.
The FBI.
Yep. Yes.
And other agencies. In putting together this summary, you reviewed all of the information and prepared the summary based on the information that was provided to you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In addition, were you provided all of the police reports, all of the recordings, all of the data evidence, or was it a process of these agencies providing you what you specifically asked for?
So during the time that our office, the Attorney General's office, was involved in this case, we were being provided those things. Once we no longer on the case, when the case went back to Fremont County, we were no longer provided any other additional information.
So when you say those things, were you provided the actual police reports in regards to this investigation?
I was.
Okay, and you were provided the interviews?
I was.
And all of the emails?
We were provided 3 different hard drives of information.
Okay, and you took the liberty like I did, going through every single piece of evidence, right?
I'm going to tell you, I did not. I did not look at every single piece of evidence.
Okay. Okay. Did you track the number of phone calls and the frequency of those phone calls between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on a daily basis?
No,
What you're testifying to is what you observed on particular days that you chose regarding those phone calls. Is that right?
that's fair.
And you did not look at how frequently or how regularly Chad Daybell or Lori to Alex communicated on a daily basis. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's probably all of it. If you're talking all of the phone calls, no, I didn't look at all of those.
Okay. So you can't say that the frequency of these phone calls is unusual. You can only say that the phone calls and or the text messages and the communication took place on those particular days. Would that be fair?
Say that again.
You can't say that the frequency of phone calls on certain days that you highlighted is unusual. All you can say is that on those particular days, the phone calls that took place are documented in your report. Is that fair?
Documented in my report's not fair, but yeah, I would say that I focused in on those because that's where the investigation led me.
Okay. But again, you didn't say, well, on October 1, they had 15 phone calls with each other, but on October 2, on a day of relevance, they had these phone calls. You didn't compare it to non-eventful days with eventful days. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's probably correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like if we could just slowly go through your timeline, and I won't be so slow, but we'll.
Okay.
I won't be so slow, but we are going to hit a few things if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oops. Somebody moved my tape and messed me up. So what we have, if we start on this exhibit, we have Chad and Lori meeting sometime in late November. Is that correct?
October.
October, excuse me, October. That's correct.
I did the same thing. It's okay.
Thank you. Give me a couple of mulligans today too, would you?
You do the same for me.
I will.
Okay.
We have an agreement, okay? And then we have the date of Charles Vallow's being killed by Alex Cox. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And as part of the sharing of information, you are aware that Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in the murder of Charles Vallow, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Oh, okay. So the purpose of putting on that was to document, but you haven't been shared any information that Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in the murder of Charles Vallow, or you were provided a prosecutor's report noting that?
No.
Okay. Then the next one you have is they moved to Rexburg, JJ, Alex, and Tylee, Lori, correct?
Correct.
Tylee goes missing, JJ goes missing. Then we go to the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. And once again, I noted that you put two items on here, one obviously with the Charles Vallow, but the other one was Brandon Boudreaux. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike counsel's testifying.
Sustain.
Are you aware as to whether or not Chad Daybell is implicated in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
I'm not.
Okay. And then you have Tammy's passing, Chad married. And then as far as Alex Cox is concerned, do you have any information as to the cause of death of Alex Cox?
No, not with me.
Okay, well, do you have any information as part of your investigation with all of these multiple agencies as to what caused Alex Cox to pass away?
No, I would say that was probably not my scope on this one.
Okay, but you included it on your timeline, right?
I included all three of those on this timeline.
Right, well, you've just jumped ahead of my question, but thank you. Okay. And just very quickly, you noted that, was that the date, the 26th of 2018, that Chad and Lori first met?
That's what I believe. That's what I was given.
So when you put down the 30th of 2018, Chad doing some searches, do you find it particularly unusual that two people who find themselves enamored with each other would Google search each other?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will get this eventually. So on November 16th and 17th, there's been some previous testimony about Chad traveling to Mesa, Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. You noted that he stayed with Lori in her residence. Are you aware of who the other people that also stayed with Lori at the residence were?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
But you're aware that Chad was not staying just exclusively with Lori at the residence that day, right?
I don't think I can testify to that.
Okay, so you don't have any knowledge, or as part of your many groups of who provided you information, they didn't happen to mention that Chad didn't stay there exclusively with Lori, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. On the May 7th to May 5th through 7th, the search for malachite rings. Did you have any emails or text message discussing whether or not both of them admired or had a reason for searching malachite rings?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Or did you take the time and effort to research what the purpose is behind malachite rings?
I do remember reading that. I don't know if I could speak to it today on what that
Okay.
meant.
Would it jar your recollection if there was some reference to the healing powers of malachite? Does that refresh anyway your recollection?
No.
Okay. Now we see an email from Charles to Tammy, and this is June 29th of 2019, right?
Yes.
And at that point, we don't know, particularly through your investigation, when Lori and Chad began seriously this affair, do we?
No, sir.
We can't pin it to a specific day, can we?
I cannot.
But we know at this point something's up, right?
I think that's fair.
Okay. And at this point, it appears that by way of this text message, Charles has discovered something. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Now, do you have any information that shows that any evidence that you've been provided through these numerous agencies that Tammy Daybell blocked Charles's email to her?
That Tammy Daybell blocked. Say that again.
Did Tammy Daybell block Charles from emailing her anymore? Do you have any information to that effect?
I do not. No.
Okay. Did any law enforcement agency or otherwise through your network of officers helping you provide you information to that effect?
No.
Okay. Now, these emails in general talk partly about the Elena and James story, correct?
Yes.
And at the very top where it says July 14th of 2019, could you read what you wrote at the very top on the right-hand, at the very top of that split screen?
Where it says Chad writes a romantic /sexual story, James and Elena, and sends it to Lori.
Okay.
Chad writes romantic sexual story, James and Elena, and sends it to Lori.
So the way you perceive this is Chad was writing a romantic sexual, and we can't deny that, right? To Lori, correct?
I think that's fair.
And in no way is this reflecting that because they're having an affair and he's writing her a romantic letter, that it has anything to do with the murder of 2 or 3 people, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. Where in this letter does it show, let's kill some kids?
Yeah, you're not going to find that in there.
Okay, and you're not going to find that in any emails, are you, sir?
Probably not.
Okay, thank you. This is a text from Lori to Chad, letting him know that she talked to the insurance company. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you agree with that?
Do I agree with what?
That she's telling Chad, I talked to the insurance company?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that she told him, he meaning Charles, changed it in March?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the last sentence of her text, she says something. Would you read that for me? I'll still
get the 4,000 a month in SS.
Okay. And at this point, Tylee's still alive to your knowledge, right?
Yes.
JJ's still alive to your knowledge, right?
Yes.
Tammy's still alive to your knowledge, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Lori Vallow is talking about the fact that with Charles dead, she's getting 4,000. And do you know what the 4,000 is from?
4,000 a month in Social Security is what I'm based on this text.
Would that be for the help support the children?
I'm not sure what that's for.
Okay. July 30th, 2019, Chad sent Lori a text. Something about releasing a little steam. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then he talks, and would you read going from anyway?
Anyway,
Through the first 2 or 3 sentences, please.
Okay. Anyway, this is a chart that checks what percentage mortals are still in their body. It worked for my friend's wife who died, my neighbor, George Bush, Stan Lee, etc. I kind of forgot about it because I've been dealing with zombies and demonic entities.
Okay. So he's talking about some sort of a chart that other of his neighbors used. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you ever find that chart?
Specifically to the chart he's talking about, I'm not sure what that chart would look like, or I haven't seen that chart that he's talking to.
Okay. So by term of this, apparently he makes reference to that there being some sort of a chart out there. Do you know if that chart is affiliated with any specific religion?
Again, I don't know what chart you're talking about.
Okay. Well, the one about percentage mortals are still in their body. That's the chart I'm talking about.
I'm not going to speculate. I don't know which one you're talking about, sir.
Okay, that's okay. And then what we have here is from Lori to Zaluma, right? And Zaluma to Chad.
Yes, sir.
Guards of Lori, it appears, and Chad are using Zaluma to sort of give them an alibi to get together, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that something that's particularly unusual if two people are having an affair and they find a close patriot to set up a rendezvous that they know maybe shouldn't be going on?
In this case,
I'm not talking about this case. I'm talking about in general.
in this case,
Objection, Your Honor. I think that calls for speculation and is irrelevant.
Sustained on relevance.
Now, you talked about the Grendel gun, correct?
yes, sir.
And if we were talking in the context of a hunting rifle, it's not unusual to scope something out at 100, then go to 200, and then maybe out to 300, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And someone who's a gun aficionado, it would not be unusual to score your scope so that you know how accurate that gun is, correct?
That is correct.
Did you read or review all of the evidence as it relates to the paintball incident with Tammy Daybell?
I believe so.
Do you know how many times the word paintball was mentioned in all of the documentation related to Tammy Daybell?
No, sir, I don't.
Are you aware of the Google search that Tammy Daybell did on her computer identifying the gun that she thought was being held in the person's hand?
No.
Okay. So the issue with this Grendel is you are suggesting as a possibility that maybe it could have been a gun that someone was using with Tammy Daybell. Is that fair?
Yes.
Instead of a paintball gun?
100% fair.
Okay, well, 100% fair, but you don't know whether it was a paintball gun or a rifle, do you? That day.
I believe it was a Grendel.
Okay, and you believe it was a Grendel, but you weren't there, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
And you didn't go through all of the evidence that you just testified to determine exactly what gun it was. You're going off of what you believe. You're invoking your personal opinion, aren't you?
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative and it's asked and answered.
Sustained.
In this exhibit, you talked about that there were some messages between Alex Cox and Chad Daybell. Is that right at this time?
Yes, sir.
And this is on the 9th, correct?
It is.
That's the paintball incident day?
Correct.
Okay. Now, again, you noted that there were text messages, but you, again, didn't put that into context of how many other text messages on a daily basis these folks talk, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And when you look at this chart, what sort of data were you deriving this information from? Was it a Wi-Fi, Google, or what was it?
This was provided to me from the FBI CAST report.
Okay. So when you look at those squares, are you familiar with how CAST reports work?
I'm familiar enough to read that report.
Okay. But you don't know you're not an expert on this information, are you?
That's a fair statement, sir.
And you would rely on the experts to provide this information to you, correct?
I would.
And at that point, you would read it and interpret it the way you see it, correct?
I would read it the way they told me.
Oh, so someone told you that that Alex and Chad were near each other on that day?
Their devices were.
Okay. Now I'm looking at the ranges, the purple and the green, and those would represent the towers, correct?
I think the key does say, I actually think those are phone numbers, what you're looking at.
Okay. So when you say near each other, are you aware of how far Alex Cox's apartment is to the BYU library?
I'm not off the top of my head, no, sir.
When you look at that chart, are you able to determine that the range of that encompasses the BYU library?
Off of this,
Yes.
I can't tell, no, sir.
Okay. But you can't also say that when the devices were near each other, you can't even tell me how close they were to each other, can you?
They were sufficient and close. I couldn't probably off the top of my head.
You couldn't, could you?
No, sir.
Yep. You talk about 8 text messages between Alex and Chad Daybell. And again, we'll go back to the fact that you didn't look at the ordinary course of how often they communicated, correct? Frequently on a daily basis.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustain.
Did you check as to whether or not any of these messages were duplicates?
I can't say that I did right away off the top of my head. I'd have to be refreshed. I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall, did you check whether or not as part of the phone records that they were counting some of these phone messages twice?
I can't answer that
Okay. You're not qualified or equipped to do that, correct?
right now, no.
Yeah. We'll eventually get the hang of this someday. I think I may have put the wrong one up.
This is October 9th.
I think I put the wrong one up. Judge, could I just have a moment?
Yes.
Oopsie poopsie.
I did put the wrong one up, excuse me. We're going to start a different area first, okay?
Okay.
So they, on October 9th, that was the day that Tammy Daybell was allegedly shot with either a paintball gun or, as you seem to think, some sort of a rifle, right?
She was not shot.
Shot at.
Shot at, correct.
And then October 11th, what's that first sentence say? How to what?
How to drill baffles to make a suppressor.
Okay. So I guess my question is that if Tammy Daybell was shot at on the 9th, why is someone looking how to make a suppressor on a gun if they were shot at by a suppressor 2 days earlier?
You asking that a question for me?
Sure.
If he discarded a suppressor, has a new one, needs to make a new one, there's a number of reasons why you'd look for a new suppressor.
Yeah. Or there's also a reason that You didn't know how to use a suppressor when you were learning for the first time, right?
I think that's evident that he didn't know how to use this weapon from the beginning.
Okay. So he had to learn 2 days after Tammy Daybell's shooting how to use a suppressor, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
And then 2 days after the alleged shooting of Tammy Daybell by the paintball gun, or as you suggest, a rifle, there's a reference to a Dodge Dakota steel body thickness, right?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that the Daybells have a Dodge Dakota.
They did at that time. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what year they have?
It is a different year. I believe it's I believe it's the 2004.
Okay. But still talking about the thickness of the steel body of a Dodge Dakota.
Correct.
Okay. And the doors on the Dodge Dakota,
Yes, sir.
the gauge steel are what gauge steel is what they're doing? And then how thick is 22 gauge? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then further below on October 11th, there's the one in between, which is of interest to me. How to build your own silencer, right?
Correct.
And that's 2 days after Tammy was shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. There we go. Okay, not perfect. So then the second paragraph, Alex's phone does not provide data from 10:45 until 11:53 when it is 7 minutes from the LDS church on Highway 20. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But then up above, it says Alex is near the Daybell residence. And how far is he away?
2.6 miles away.
And he's at that residence from, is that 10:07 to 10:45?
Yes.
So then he leaves is it your testimony that he leaves the LDS church at 10:45? And you don't have any data from 10:45 to 11:53 until, I guess it's at 11:53. He's 7 minutes away from the church on Highway 20. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Go ahead, explain to me.
So what's your question again? Are you 11:53 was when was the last time and when it started providing data again, which was 7 minutes away from the LDS church.
Okay. But from 10:45 to 11:53, we don't know the whereabouts of Alex Cox. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
Or his phone? Excuse me, we should talk about it as his phone, shouldn't we?
I don't think we know where Alex Cox is at that point. I think that was a fair question the first time.
We know where is his phone, right? We don't know
His
where
phone is at the church.
up until what time?
Well, it provides data from until 11:53. Well, 7 minutes prior to that.
Well, and please forgive me, I'm reading that a little different, and that's where I'm having some confusion. The second paragraph, and if you would just read that entire paragraph for me.
So Alex's phone does not provide data from 10:45 p.m. until 11:53, when it is 7 minutes away from the LDS church on Highway 20.
So when reading that, we don't know where Alex Cox's data was from 10:45 to 11:53, correct?
His phone?
His phone.
Correct.
Okay, but we do know from 10:07 to 10:45, his phone was binging at the LDS church, 2.6 miles away, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just trying to clarify that. Thank you.
I think we didn't clarify it, but
So I look at this chart, and what was of some interest to me is that you mentioned.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike that statement.
Sustained.
Let's look at the bottom line, the fourth from the bottom line at 1146. What does that notation read?
Alex phone leaves the LDS church parking lot.
And then we'll go back to the original exhibit. Now, you previously put in your report that at 1146, he left the church parking lot. On this notation, on the second paragraph, it seems to suggest that 1153, he's 7 minutes away from the church. Which is it?
Well, if you back 1153 off of 7,
Okay. 1153 gets you to 1146, right? 7 minutes off?
yeah,
But you're saying that there's no data of Alex's whereabouts from 1045 to 1153. So how do you know he's at the church if there's no data?
his phone's not providing data. It's sitting. It's not moving.
Well, you don't know that, do you?
I was told that by the cast.
Okay. So in other words, the story from which cast, the FBI?
Correct.
So the FBI told you that the phone is sitting there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, then that the based on what you were told by the FBI, that from 1045 until 1153, well, 1045 to 1146, Alex Cox was non-mobile and was in the same location for an hour at the LDS church, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
No.
It's overruled.
Well, you said it was 1146, right, in your report? The yellow report, do we need to see that one again?
No. Ask your question again.
Why don't you read the first line of the second paragraph up until the word 7 minutes away?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered and it's argumentative.
I am going to sustain that, Mr. Pryor. It has been asked and answered.
Okay. So is it your position that Alex Cox's phone was not at the LDS church from 1045 to 1153?
His phone was not mobile at the LDS church.
His phone was again, I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, you said something too.
Yeah.
Say the question again.
Is it your testimony that Alex Cox's phone was not mobile from 1045 to 1153 at the LDS church?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
You can answer.
It's not providing data.
Okay. There's a discussion about insurance on this particular slide. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that could you read under September 8th? The two sentences below or just next to September 8th, 2019, starting with Tammy's?
September 8th, 2019, Tammy's life insurance through Ballard Insurance from the school was raised to 50,000. She raised her individual amount from 10,000 to a max of 80,000 for a total of 130,000.
Okay. And then obviously there was a claim for that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a comment on October 31, 2019 that Chad received and deposited 300,000 life insurance from Primerica, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any knowledge as part of the number of agencies involved in this investigation when Chad and Tammy Daybell opened up that life insurance policy?
It's on this slide, March 19th of 2002.
Okay, I don't see that on the slide. I'm sorry.
It's at the top.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I missed that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You had mentioned earlier about a number of text messages. The prosecutor asked you about the content of a number of text messages. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
What was the range he was talking about in those text messages where there was no content?
Specific. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Say that again.
There were a number of text messages where the prosecutor asked you about not having any content in some of those text messages. Correct?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And do you recall which device and what was the range that you were not provided content of text messages?
There were a number of text messages that we didn't get the content for. Some we got, some we did not.
Okay,
So specifically, I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
okay. Well, you answered my question. Thank
Okay.
you, but
Good.
the issue is then, isn't it true then that we don't know what those folks were talking about, do we?
No, sir, we don't.
We don't know what the discussion centered around, do we?
I believe I know.
Well, how do you know if there's no content?
My training and experience
Okay.
in this overall case.
So basically you're speculating, isn't it true, of what the content may be because it aids you in supporting your theory of the case. Isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, Ms. Blake, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Edwards, you were asked about the fact that you focused in on specific days in looking at phone calls. Do you recall that?
I do.
Was there a reason that you focused in on the days you did?
I did.
And why was that?
Because there were significant events that occurred around each of those days.
And Your Honor, may I have the paper exhibit 398? I'm not sure. Mr. Pryor may still have it. It's
Judge,
just,
I can.
this is just the accurate copy.
Very well. Mr. Bailiff, will have you retrieve that and submit that to the state, please?
And if I may have permission to publish from the paper exhibit 398.
You may. And I guess I'd like a little clarification on the record about your comment, Ms. Blake, for purpose of instructing the jurors here what you meant when you said accurate copy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, the state had provided this particular exhibit in jump drive format. There were a few modifications that had been made to the exhibit. There were other copies that had been printed out that did not contain those accurate changes. This particular printout does have those accurate changes contained within it.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to clarify that nothing that was presented or published in cross was what you deem an inaccurate part of the exhibit. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, and I appreciate that clarification. This paper copy is an exact replica of the jump drive that was presented in the direct examination.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blake.
And that's still going to have a little bit of a glare, but was this one of the days that you had determined had significance to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, there's an indication of when the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell occurred. Do you see that?
I do.
Before and after that, who was having contact by text message?
Alex and Chad. Chad and Alex.
And this is around the time that Chad Daybell's wife had been shot at.
Correct.
Did you determine these particular dates of October 18th and 19th of 2019 to have significance?
Yes.
And on this, do you see an indication of Chad having contact with Lori?
Yes.
Do you see indications of Chad having contact with Alex?
Yes.
And is this around the time or right before Tammy Daybell is pronounced dead?
Yes.
You were asked about a determination that Chad and Lori were engaged in an affair.
Yes.
Is that what the investigation led you to believe?
Yes.
Do you recall when Alex shot Charles?
The July 19th, I believe, 2019.
And could it have been July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And Charles was married to Lori, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it your belief based on the investigation or your understanding that Chad and Lori were already engaged in an affair?
Yes.
And do you recall again the day Tammy was pronounced dead?
I do.
And when was that?
October 19th
Do you recall where her body was discovered?
in the Daybell residence.
Do you recall specifically that it was in her bed?
Bedroom.
What's the connection between Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox?
Chad Daybell.
And do you know where Lori Vallow's children's remains were discovered?
I do.
Judge, objection goes beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Where was that?
Daybell property.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. That concludes the testimony then of Investigator Edwards. At this point, council, I'd like a brief sidebar to discuss scheduling, please.
Okay, I have a feeling that we're about to end for the day. Once they discuss yada yada, and we're at 3:04 their time, they're probably going to end because they probably won't have a quick witness. We shall see. So I was trying to see if phones, if they're idle or not moving, do they continue to put data out or use data or whatever it is, or however that works. It says that if there are apps on a phone, it can still use cell data. Is that the same thing that they track? Is the data, or is it something else? Yeah, I don't understand that part. But I was looking up to see airplane mode. I mean, I still think he left the phone or left the car and walked through at that, because isn't the church at the end of that property or something, or on that road or whatever, and he'd walk to it. I forget what, I'd have to look. I need to look at the maps again. But it's just trying to figure out where the do you think he left it? Do you think he turned it off? or left the phone there. I'm trying to figure out how Edwards was saying it. He was trying to get him to say something, but he wasn't backing down on it. He was not going to go there and say it the way that Pryor kind of wanted him to. Right. Yes, apps. But if they had if I don't know if that's his phone, like his personal phone or a burner phone, and if what kind of apps are on it, that kind of thing, his phone, he could have his data off to stop his data from being used by the apps, which if you have your data on, there are apps that can continue in the background to use your app or your data. So I like trying to work around these things, what they're trying to say, to see if it kind of goes with what I was kind of thinking, but I don't know. So let me see. This one here says, Christy says, Addi, I've heard in some trial before, and I think it was Murdoch, that when they downloaded the phone, it showed airplane mode, but don't quote me on that. Okay. They're coming back.
All right, thank you, counsel. We discussed scheduling, and I just want to advise the jurors of where things stand. It has been told to the court that the state's got one additional witness in their case in chief. That witness is not, we wouldn't be able to get done with today. They're going to take longer than the time we've got remaining. So the state will be calling one additional witness tomorrow. That will likely lead to a shortened day tomorrow if the state does in fact rest its case in chief, where the court will have some other issues to take up outside of the jury presence. So at this point, I'm letting the jurors know that we are going to conclude for the day. And in addition, tomorrow will likely be a shortened day, and then we'll have some additional specific detail to give the jurors tomorrow in terms of the proposed schedule of the trial moving forward at this point. Does that accurately represent where the state is on its case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions about that, Mr. Pryor?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then thank you again for your attentiveness today. We'll go ahead and conclude for today, returning for additional testimony with the state's final witness on its case in chief to start tomorrow morning at 8:30. Again, thank you for following the admonishment I give you each day as you go home, to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to research or look the case up, and we'll have you sign your juror affirmations when you arrive in the morning. And with that, we will conclude for the day. Thank you.
All rise, please.
Waiting to see if they do anything. Nope. There we go. Okay. That circle sneaks up on me. All right, y'all. Thank you, Toby. Talk to you later. That was an interesting day. Any headway you think for placing who did what? I think that it's getting close. I think it's the prosecution has laid out their case very well. I'm very impressed by this one. Take care. I'm going to talk a little bit before we go. I'm not going to hang straight up and end it. I'm just going to say, a little bit of stuff before we go. But yeah, I was kind of looking into trying to see if I could see anything about how those phones work, but didn't really get much out of it. It says, if you got apps using your stuff, it uses your data. I don't know. I have unlimited data, so I never think about that. Yeah, yes. It was a very productive day. And of course, we all remember that Nate will be live at 6:30. Hopefully he has good internet and doesn't have the same issues that he had from last night. But and those who are leaving, take care. Love ya. See ya tomorrow. But I'm not hanging up yet. Let's see. Let me see. Stevie said, spoke with someone at the courthouse and they said they expect it to last 17 more days. Oh, you're saying Jane spoke with somebody at the courthouse? People calling the courthouse? Too cool. I never think of things like that. Take care, Dana. Take care, Stevie. I'll see you over at on the other side of the pond. Oh. I'm talking with somebody. I'm not going to say who it is yet, but I got a conversation going on with somebody. Hopefully there's something coming up soon with us. I'm just going to put that little thing out there, just a little drop. I haven't talked to him a whole lot, but I'll be talking, and I'll hopefully so. We'll see. Might be something coming up. Me with a possible something, I don't know. We'll see. I'm being very vague on purpose because I've only talked to them once. All right, y'all. I guess we will go ahead and call it a day. Y'all take care. Thank you, of course, for supporting. Thank you. Be sure to hit the like button and all the stuff. Be sure to share. Tell all your friends. We're over here having fun. And hopefully we'll be having more fun and being able to do more stuff once this trial gets to its final end and we decide what is going to happen next with this channel. I do plan on continuing to do trials and stuff. I just hope that I can do that and figure out what the next step is. Anywho, I thank you guys again for your support, and thank you for the members who became members and those who gave gifted members. Thank you very much. We all appreciate you, and I thank you and love you. Bye-bye. Whoops, I messed up. Helps to actually be on the right page. There. Okay, now we're oops. Bye. Oh, by the way, I forgot I made that. Here, let me take down this doohickey thing. Hold on. This is at the very end and no one's going to see it anyway, but I made that. And then I forgot to put it up. I was going to do it after the day, but there you go. A little bit of info, if you can read it, should be big enough, on malachite rings. So that was part of what was, spoken of. I thought I'd put that together really quick. So a little bit of something. Okay, now I'm really logging off now.